Anyone home? time and training dollars to get better at running the landlord, at running the lighting properties. We're on a very distinct plan to increase the utilization of our housing choice vouchers. Earlier this year, we were only seeing about 66% of the people we gave vouchers to successfully housed. So we have increased our payment standards to the landlord by 20%. And we're going to be re-examining whether or not that was enough money to make a significant difference with our landlords. And we can raise those payments to the landlords up to another 10% for by room type. We'll be looking hard at that analysis in October before the end of the year. We're going to continue to increase the real estate development capacity of our nonprofit development arm, Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. We've recently hired a director for real estate development, and he's also working right now on a land trust and creating a land trust under the umbrella of the Community Development Corporation. And under the Community Development Corporation, we are working with a consultant from the Champlain Housing Trust on creating this land trust. We are working on the project called the Early Child Care and Apartments on North Monroe. That's the old water tower site that the city is leasing to us, and we're back on track. It was sort of derailed during COVID, and now we're back on track working with our architects and our various funders to get the money to get that built. That again will have 2 units, 2 rooms downstairs for infant care and toddlers. And then upstairs, we're planning to build 3 2-bedroom apartments for low-income families and working on our coalition for community-wide safety and youth engagement. And now we're just going to get into the budget here. Although we no longer own these properties, I thought I would show you some of the budget numbers for what we are managing. And we're looking at $2.2 million for operating income. That is actually just Walnut Woods and Reverend Butler while we are in the construction phase of Crestmont. Those revenues are going to our contractor to help build. And then this offset on that is we have a total expense of $1.7 million. And then we have a debt service of $360,000 on that project. And unlike public housing, that's new for us because we never had debt service in our HUD projects. This gives us, just to let you know, this is about a 1.21 to a 1.24 debt coverage ratio. And our goal is a 1.15. So we have room to make a couple of mistakes. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, our HVCV and our VASH vouchers, we have $13 million of income. And our SRO is in and basically out. A net example, the money that comes in on the single room occupancy vouchers comes in, it's just a pass through, it goes right back out to our partner. We have $13,145,000 in expenses for the admin program for HCV and VASH. And then HUD holds $286,000 in reserves. So we have a net of $66,000 there. So that $286,000, that's where our increase to our landlords would come from. We would dip into those reserves a little bit more to pay our landlords more. The central cost center is basically all that's left of the Housing Authority admin office. And our total operating income this year is $966,000. And our operating expenses are $939,000 for a net of $26,000. It's a little thin, but it's fine. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of the programs or these numbers.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Gazunas. Do we have any questions from council members? Councilmember Sandberg?
Thank you. In your discussion about vouchers, you mentioned Head Start, and you mentioned that they are no longer open now. This is a program of South Central Community Action Program. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's the Head Start. It was our community building over at Walnut Woods.
Okay.
And we lease it to Head Start. We provide the building to Head Start. And unfortunately, they let us know that they don't have the teachers to open the facility yet.
So it's that particular facility. Are they
Correct.
open elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Sims?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Ms. Kazunas. Just two questions. You talked about VAS, Veteran Affairs,
Yes.
Supportive Housing Vouchers. How many did you say that you had that were unused?
So we have about 20. We have 60 that we have had referrals from the VA and we're able to then house those people. And we don't have an open waiting list for that. All of those come as referrals from the Veterans Administration. And they just have not been making those referrals lately.
Is that the only source of referrals?
Yes,
So
Yes.
it can't come from anyone else?
no, but well, yes and no. I mean, if somebody were to bring to our attention a veteran who was in need of that type of voucher, we would send that name to the VA and let the VA do their magic and send the name back.
Okay.
I'd
Thank
be happy
you.
to do that.
I was asking because I think many of us are aware of unhoused veterans,
Mhm.
and I didn't know the best way for them to seek help if they chose to do that.
Exactly.
So, okay, thank you. The only other question I have, you mentioned the HUD held reserves,
Yes.
286,000.
yes.
Is there a minimum amount of reserves that HUD expects you to keep?
No, actually, there isn't. There is an excessive amount that they will, like mark in red and send to you in the email. But the lower the amount, basically just indicates that you are utilizing the amount of money that they budgeted for you. And they encourage you to take that down. I'm comfortable having between 1% and 5% of the entire budget in reserves. But that gives me the opportunity then to react to market conditions if rents were to go up. But if you pull it down to 1% and you need more money, I'm not shy about asking HUD for more.
But you did say that you would use some of those reserves for the contribution to landlords. So
Correct.
that's where some of that's coming from, is from the reserves.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I want to ask about how many people do you help each year? And then I was going to ask a secondary question was, what is there an unfulfilled need that you track at the Bloomington Housing Authority? Thank you.
Yes. And so the number that we actually help is in excess of 3,000. I have an annual report that I could probably provide for everybody for what we did last year that actually breaks the number of information like female head of household, male head of household, how many children are in the families by both our properties and our vouchers. And I'll be glad to get you that information for follow-up information. But the unmet need is, again, first and foremost, our concern would be that 33% of the people who do not find housing that meets their particular needs after we've given them a voucher. And a voucher is basically a promise to pay. And it's usually more than half of what the rent is. that we are paying. And so they're still not successful. So obviously we have a great need for additional affordable housing rentals. And then we have a need for the number of people that are still on our waiting list. And we close our waiting list when we have 2 years of names on our waiting list. And those waiting lists are for both our vouchers and for our apartments.
Wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you'll send that report, I guess to the council office, it'll
Yeah.
get distributed to us. Thank you.
Certainly.
You have any more questions from council members? Seeing none, we can go to the public for comment. Looked like maybe we were having some audio issues there on Zoom for a moment. So for members of the public, this is the Bloomington Housing Authority budget presentation we heard. If you would like to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you have dialed in, you may need to press *9 to request to speak. And if you're having trouble, you can message the meeting host using the chat feature. A reminder also that public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this budget?
Yes, we have Tanda Radawan, who I will ask to unmute.
If folks could please state their name for the record as they begin their comment, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tanda Radawan. I have a question about the last slide that was presented. It was the one with the administrative budget that was listed. I think utilities were at 12,000 and tenant services were at 8,000. I was wondering if there could just be a little bit more information on what those tenant services are, if that's an appropriate question during this time.
Yes, so tenant services would be our.
Right, as a matter of procedural regularity, during public comment, we don't actually engage in a question and answer format, but quite often when members of the public ask a question, a council member will take it up on their behalf when we come back to council member comment. So sorry for the confusion, and thank you, Mr. Radawan, for your comment. If you have any more, you still have time remaining, I think. All right, thank you. And do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment?
I don't see any more hands on Zoom.
Okay, and seeing no one here in chambers, we will return to the council for additional questions or debate. See Councilmember Volan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to follow up on Ms. Radawan's question. What do client services mean?
So.
Tenant services?
So we have 2 aspects to resident services. One of them is we have a resident council. So that is a group of individuals who actually live in our properties and who meet on a regular basis. And it is primarily a vehicle for interaction for improving their quality of life and getting basically a collective voice back to us on things that they would like to see. So we support those meetings with a small amount of a stipend amount for those meetings to take place. And then we do things like we leverage those programs. We recently had a backpack giveaway, and there were shoes given to children going back to school, and there were school backpacks filled with things. And we always keep a small amount of money, and then we have just wonderful donors from around the city and the county who participate in helping us do those things. At our summer family fun night out, first one we've had in 3 years because of COVID, we gave away 9 bikes to children on the property. And we had, refreshments, and we had various different types of things. So it's a modest amount just to basically improve quality of life and a sense of place and belonging on the properties.
Do the donations get reflected in the budget as
They do
part
not.
of that program?
Yes, we do not count that as income. We just pass that immediately through.
So how does so there's some money that's devoted to a kind of tenant council and some money devoted to these programs for back to school.
Well,
Could you say
so-
roughly how they break down?
Yeah, and other kinds of special events. If we were to have like a picnic in the park, we would leverage that money. For instance, Kroger's always been very generous in providing, additional foods, but we just take that money and we leverage it to provide special events and activities and resident council.
Well, one reason I ask is because I wonder, well, if there's some way that we can perhaps put a little more money to it that can leverage more donations from the community. Is that a thought that's practical?
I am not familiar with a town council doing that, but I would love to explore that possibility, of course.
I mean, we have a Jack Hopkins program. I don't know if there's a conflict that might be between, I don't know whether to characterize your agency as a city agency or a federal agency. It's kind of a little of both. And what the Hopkins Fund does, and in fact, this is the kind of thing that I would open up my colleagues to respond with. Councilmember Sandberg might be able to speak about this. But if there's some way that because the program isn't reflected really in the dollars in the budget we're seeing, it's hard for us to gauge the size of this donation function. So that's why I'm asking.
And that's a really good point. We will start tracking how many dollars we leverage for these special events, and we can then separate that out between what we give to the resident council in support and what we leverage for the special events that we have.
I just realized that my time has run out. I couldn't see the clock, but if you could follow up with us with some kind of data before the actual budget legislation comes, we'd love to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from council members? No additional comments either? All right. With that, as a reminder to the public again, we do not take a recommendation vote on this budget because the VHA board is the entity who approves it. Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Kuzunis, and presenting the VHA 2023 budget.
Thank you for the
Appreciate it.
opportunity.
With that, we will move on to the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department, and I believe we have Mr. Zodi here to present that department's budget.
Allow me just a minute, council members, and everything set up here. Okay. Clicker's operable here. Well, good evening. It's my pleasure to present the 2023 proposed budget for the Department of Housing and Neighborhood Development here at the city of Bloomington. My name is John Zodi. I'm the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development here at the city. And we're glad to talk to you tonight about some big opportunities in housing and neighborhood development here as we move through 2022 and into 2023. And want to start by reminding those and teaching those others who may not know our mission, but the HAND's mission, that's what we call Housing and Neighborhood Development, the HAND department. Mission is to enhance the quality of life for Bloomington residents by developing programs, services, and partnerships with public and private organizations to preserve community character, promote safe and affordable housing, and protect neighborhood vitality. We also staff the Bloomington Redevelopment Commission, the Historic Preservation Commission, the Board of Housing Quality Appeals, and the CDBG Citizens Advisory Committee, which is an annual process that a number of council members are involved with as well. We have 17 great full-time staff, some of whom are here and online tonight. Some of our program management staff and finance staff are on. I want to thank them for all their work in addition to all their colleagues. I also want to thank the legal department. HAND does a lot of things, and we have used no less than 5 attorneys from the legal department in various cases this year with all the activity we do. So I want to be sure to thank them, and all that they do, as well as the rest of the departments that engage in affordable housing activity. It does a great deal to help advance the ball forward on housing, and we're very grateful for their advice and guidance in HAND. So we, as you may know, we do the rental inspection program. The neighborhood compliance and program services is a big part of what we do. Historic preservation, community development block grant dollars, home investment partnership funds, housing counseling and homeownership assistance, affordable housing and the Housing Development Fund, and sort of new programming that came online last year. Of course, American Rescue Plan Act dollars, home ARPA, which is a separate allocation we'll be happy to talk about later, and of course, our ED Lit proposed funds. Just some background, additional background on efficiencies. So we are in the process of digitizing our files. This is a big deal in hand. We have 11,000 rental files sitting in our office right now. We're in the process of digitizing those using already existing department funding that we're not asking for additional funds for. And I'll also point out, I think it's been noted previously that our inspection staff, our 7 neighborhood compliance member team, are inspecting 27% more rental units than they were when we last added to that team. So 2010 to 2022, there are 27% more rental units in the city of Bloomington than there were, and those are increasing by the day. So we are trying to do as much as we can with what we've got, and we always want to make sure we point out those efficiencies. In the field of equity, I think it's important to point out, to remind people, as the rental inspection program has gone through some scrutiny at the state level the last year, it's important to state this: if you are a renter and living within the confines of the city of Bloomington and a rental property, you are entitled to safe housing no matter your rent. This is an issue of housing security, housing safety, and equity. And so we want to point that out. We have 28,000 rental units in the city of Bloomington, and it is important to note why that is important. So many reasons, but housing security, equity, and safety is a big one there. And I want to make sure to state that for those of the public and all of you as well. We're also participating in diversity, equity, inclusion training. I'm doing that as a department head, and we did some training as a department last year, but I'm looking forward to additional steps there that the administration's taking. On the sustainability front, we've got to do our part. And I think I want to thank our historic preservation staff and economic and sustainable development who are collaborating on both helping neighborhoods update their historic guidelines to reflect adaptation, and we have more solar activity. So since 2016, we've had 30 petitions to adaptively reuse historic buildings with solar panels. So people putting solar panels on their houses, for instance, have come through the HPC. We also have our neighborhood cleanups, which have recovered a lot of tonnage, diverted it from a landfill, removed it from the neighborhood. That's very exciting. And then climate action goals, I wanted to be more intentional about this in the next year, looking at the climate action plan and seeing what other ways hand can align with the climate action plan. I've got some notes on that, but haven't moved very far on that yet. And I'm looking at my timer, not my phone, in case anybody's wondering. Just want to be respectful of time here. So we want to be more intentional about our climate action participation in the next year. So for 2022, we have completed our 2 neighborhood cleanups, McDowell Gardens and Eastern Heights. We launched a pilot program to involve more students in neighborhood activities. We did a block party on August 16th. Councilmember Volan stopped by there. Thank you for that. We've completed our CDBG funding for the 2021 program year. HUD program year runs differently than the city fiscal year, as you may know. So we are done with that. And we've, of course, provided administrative oversight and help with the Jack Hopkins funds that the council awarded as well. We continue to leverage collaboration between planning, ESD, and HAND, especially to stimulate additional units of affordable housing. Certainly the Hopewell project is a big expenditure of effort for good reason with that once in a generation opportunity we have here in Bloomington. We're conducting on-site annual monitoring of dedicated units. This goal is changing. We are doing an annual monitoring of all affordable and workforce units. So we sort of amended this goal and we're expanding that a little bit. We've assisted 3 households with homeownership through the city's down payment shared equity program. Thus far, we've helped about 50 people come through the Home Buyers Club class, and we'll survey them by the end of the year to gauge their experience. And then we've conducted about 900 cycle inspections of rental permits here in Bloomington thus far this year with a goal of 1,450. So for 2023, looking ahead, we want to continue aligning our goals with planning and transportation and economic and sustainable development to create a minimum of 180 affordable or workforce units each year. So that's our goal each year based on the 2020 housing study. Want to take this opportunity to note on Monday evening, I think President Sandberg asked about the breakdown of units thus far. 1,121 units have been added or in progress by the administration since 2016. There's a chart on page 4 of your budget memo that lays out where those are and the number of units. And we have income information that I can provide later as well. And so we want to continue to do that monitoring. We've set up a process that we are working on now that will help. I can explain that further later, but we'll continue that goal into 23 and assist more households with home ownership using our federal funding as well as our city funds. We will continue our cycle inspection goal. Between 1,200 and 1,450 permits will expire in any given year. And so that's why that number is important. So our inspection staff does a lot more inspections. We've done quite a few over the cycle inspection. I can explain that if you have questions about it. But through those inspections thus far this year, through cycle complaints, re-inspections, we've identified about 13,000 violations. And a lot of those can be minor, but quite a few, of course, were life safety. And that's just restating the importance of the rental inspection program and providing safe housing. So we want to continue our community partnerships with neighborhoods and landlords and others to focus on outreach and education on Title VI, which is our neighborhood compliance, and Title 16, which is rental inspection. Maintain and enhance metrics for safe and affordable housing, and train on the new InterGov software that's coming online. That's a big, big deal for our department, and will create a lot of new systems that we don't have right now. And then, of course, respond to U reports in 3 days. We want to try to get that number down and make sure we're being mindful of constituent response. Here we go. Title 8 for historic preservation. Oops, pardon me. There we go. Increase educational outreach efforts to reach 50 new residents. A lot of this got hung up from COVID, so we want to get that going again. And our Gloria Colombrania, our program manager, is working hard on that. We want to see more solar. Right? So this is a really important thing to adaptively reuse to stay in a historic building and get solar on there. So we're continuing to work on that. And ESD and HAND will continue to collaborate on the Urban Enterprise Association facade and green home improvement funding, or BGHIP. Neighborhood and citizen involvement. We want to continue to make measurable contributions to climate action goals. So we diverted about 3 tons of waste from the landfill with our cleanups this year, and we removed about 12 tons of waste from the neighborhood collectively. So we wanted to keep doing those things. We think that's a measurable goal, and also work on invasives partnering. I know the council knows we've been making some effort on bamboo. We want to continue to work with community groups and educate on the issue of invasive species on properties. Fund neighborhood projects through our neighborhood improvement grants and small and simple grants. Continue development of our B-Town neighboring project, which is expanding a little further out from Elm Heights, which is where it started. And then we'll do some more on that in the coming year as well. With our federal programming, as you know, we are an entitlement city. That term only means we're entitled to the funding because we are a city of 50,000 in population or more. That's what that term means in federal government terms. And so because of that, we get an allocation of funding through a housing counseling program, through community development block grants, and through the home investment partnerships. And all 3 of those programs run very differently, but we want to make sure we are getting that money awarded in the right way, in a timely fashion, and making sure that the program management attached to those programs is efficient, and that our subrecipients, the organizations to whom we award the grants, and you do through council action, that they have a good system in place to spend that money. It's a very complicated money. It's not always very flexible. And so it's really important we have structures in place to help them do that. And so that's a big job. So the highlights for the budget this year, ran through our goals. Our request this year is higher. $4.7 million is the HAND department's budget request. It's an overall increase of $3.2 million, or 207% from 2022, and I'll get to that and why. In category 1, personnel services, we have a $1.2 million ask, and this represents a 14% increase over 2022, largely because we are asking for a new program manager position to focus on affordable housing programming, plus the COLA adjustments for staff. Category 2, supplies, represents an increase of about 100%, largely due to fuel costs, as well as new tablets for our neighborhood compliance staff. We have been using tablets for inspections, and with our new software coming online, it's time for new tablets. And so those are quite expensive, and that's where you'll see that increase. On other services, this is where I'll go into some more detail. This is a significant increase of about $3 million, or 693% over 2022, largely due to the $2.1 million in housing development funds that we are asking to be appropriated forward, which is part of the balance in the fund right now, as well as $1,047,000 requested in ED lit dollars. There's also separately $1.4 million remaining in Arpa funds to programs. So we had about $3.5 million appropriated through Arpa last year. We are still programming and spending that money down, and there's some detail on that in your budget memo as well. So what are we going to do with this ED lit money, housing development funds, if it is appropriated forward by our request? Last year, we talked about 3 buckets that we sort of organize our housing efforts into: increasing housing security, continue to support efforts to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-repeating. We have, as you know, committed $2.7 million to Heading Home Initiative. I think I see Mary Morgan here tonight, and those efforts are important and ongoing. There's also an additional position being requested that would be housed in Community Family Resources, I believe, and I will wait for Director Calendar Anderson to go into detail on that, but these funds would help pay for that position as well. So increasing housing security, looking at what we can do there over the next year. Developing rental housing. In your memo, there's some detail here too, but I believe that looking at the Housing Development Fund and the need to make that a little more robust, not giant, but a little more robust over the next year, increasing funding that could go in there to increase the supply and the access to rental housing is really important by creating incentives and also doing rental outreach and education. That new position I'm asking for through the budget this year would be paid for out of ED lit dollars, as you'll see in the budget. And then advancing home ownership. This is a big one. Trying to assist first-time home buyers with purchase. We really want to get that number up of people who are looking. How many more people can we put into a position to buy a house that might otherwise be sort of beat out in the market, right? They aren't in a position to offer cash or have a lot of liquid assets. So how can we help them, put them in a position to do that? And we really want to amp that up over the next year. And so with that comes, where are they going to go? What houses are they going to buy? We're looking at the development on Arlington Park Drive. Of course, there's an article in the paper yesterday about it. You probably saw. And then, of course, the Hopewell project, which is a multi-year development. We also work with existing stock, and this is really important to point out as well. When we're looking at homeowners who may be wanting to age in place, or maybe a new buyer who, like me, can't do much handiwork, needs some help, and if they meet the proper income, they may be able to get funds to do a rehab project on their home, a new roof, new HVAC. If you're in need of a wheelchair ramp, something like that. Really important to work with our existing housing stock too, and make sure people can stay in those homes if they own them. It's a really important thing to focus on. It's also not, the numbers aren't great. So we have about 25 rehabs in the pipeline right now out of all the houses in Bloomington, but really important to focus on that. And that's what home ownership is about, is looking at each household, what can we do for that household, and how many need help, and where are we in that pipeline of increasing home ownership and people moving from one place to another if they desire to do so. So total request you'll see again is $1,047,000 for ED lit, housing development funds, $2.1 million. And here you'll see the charts with our overall summary and our categories 1 through 400. And then our department by budget by fund. So you'll see the new position paid for by ED lit in the 100 category. And then the request in the 300 category, the $961 is the remaining amount from the 1,047,000. And then of course the 2.1 million for housing development funds. So in conclusion, our budget request, we hope, works to sustain our efforts at developing programs, services, and partnerships with public and private organizations to, again, preserve community character, protect neighborhood vitality, and promote safe and affordable housing now and in the future. And I want to say again this year, I said it last year during my presentation, but all with a really big sense of urgency. The clock is ticking and people need housing now. We got an email last night. Esd got it forwarded over to us. Someone said, I need affordable housing. So, you know, this is a now problem and something that we consider to be very urgent. And so we do that. We make these efforts with the intention of acting now and in the future, and appreciate your consideration of our request tonight, and I'd be glad to answer any of your questions. So thank you. And thanks again to the hand staff who does a tremendous amount of work on behalf of the city every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zodi, for the presentation. Do we have questions from council members? Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. A lot going on. I appreciate what you've laid out in the budget book on new revenue investments. And in particular, I want to dig in a little bit to the amount devoted to rental housing and the amount to home ownership. Those amounts are fairly similar. There's about a 10% difference. But could you say more about how you decide where to place emphasis
Sure.
between rental housing and home ownership?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Scambolari. The simplest way I would say how we think about this is, and something I've talked to some of you about, is how you get a household in the position of home ownership versus a rental situation, right? So most of the development projects that come through are rental housing, right? So there's more incentives, there's other things that they might do. There's private development, market rate, and sometimes there's affordability or workforce units in there. Sometimes we have to be more, I guess, proactive on home ownership, and because it's so much more sort of diffuse. So for instance, on June 9th, we broke ground on the retreat at Switchyard project, which is going to be 48 units, total of 64, 48 units of affordable rental housing that will open hopefully in the fall of 2024. So there's 48 households that will have affordable housing. So when you translate that and say, okay, how do we get 48 households into home ownership, right? There's a little more, you got to dig in and say, where are the areas we can do that? Is it existing housing? Is it new housing over here? Is it a completely blank canvas piece of property that we need to increase housing there? So I think it requires a little more proactive intention, if you will. And so when we make those investments, for instance, you might be referring to, I recommend $200,000 for rental housing focus on the Housing Development Fund, whereas we put $250,000 in for home ownership. That's one of the differences, because how do we create more incentives for home ownership, basically, to be more intentional, and also looking at what the impact is on our neighborhoods, right? So we've got houses. I talked about the 25 rehabs that are all over the city. How does that make a difference in our neighborhood? What else do we need to do as we're doing this work in neighborhoods? How can we work with the neighborhoods, and how do we look at design and everything else? And I think it's a long-term strategy. So that's where we sort of focus those efforts a little more in home ownership on the financial side.
Great, thank you. I don't have much time left, so I'm gonna hold my question till round two.
Additional questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, in regard to the neighborhood cleanups, and I saw you at our neighborhood cleanup, so thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering, you were talking about how many tons were diverted from the landfill, but how do you measure that? Because if somebody doesn't bring it to neighborhood cleanup, they may bring it to the recycling center, or they may bring it to the salvage yard. I mean, do you just assume that everything that's brought to the cleanup would otherwise be in the landfill?
No, we do. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, if it doesn't come through the cleanup, then it doesn't get measured. Okay, so we don't have recycling at cleanups, as you and I have discussed, but we have we have the sanitation truck there that is able to measure. We have the reuse pile. So if somebody has a wheelbarrow or a couch or something that isn't something to go in the trash or the sanitation truck, but might be reused by someone. And then when we do brush collection, so chop down brush and do all the limbs, all that is measured. And so that's what's diverted either from the landfill or the waste that's removed from the neighborhood. So does that answer your question?
So when you say, I don't remember the tonnage, but you said so many tons were,
Almost 13 tons, I believe, or 12 tons, excuse me, was
So-
removed this year.
so that did not include what went in the sanitation truck?
Oh, it should include that. So it was
Okay, so
removed
that,
from.
because that sanitation truck that stuff ends up in the landfill. So that's what I'm.
Maybe Angela, is that, let me ask our program manager. Okay, excuse me, it's everything except what was in the trash truck then,
Oh,
the
okay.
sanitation truck. So I was incorrect.
Okay. All right, that's great.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry about that. Thank you, Angela. Angela Van Roy, our program manager.
My other question is about the ARPA funds.
Mhm.
So you mentioned that you'd be requesting, well, I'm a bit confused. I thought in your presentation tonight, you said 1.4 million in ARPA funding. Then there's the home ARPA funds.
Sure.
Are those two different buckets and what are those for?
Yeah, so they aren't being requested tonight. The $1.4 million is already appropriated for 2022. I just wanted to be clear on what we had left over from that $3.5 million allocation or appropriation, I should say, that you did last year. So we're still working on that 1.4 million or so. We've programmed out some that includes what's been done out of that 3.5 million includes money that will go to the Heading Home Initiative later this year, $1.5 million, that kind of stuff, where we are already spending down that ARPA money. Home ARPA is a different allocation of money that came to the city through the American Rescue Plan Act. And so this is similar to ARPA dollars. The city basically has the money. We don't have to apply for it or anything like that. What we do have to do, and this is specifically targeted toward vulnerable populations to assist in those who are unhoused and working on veterans issues and things like that. So what's required for that is $2 million that is allocated to the city. We are the participating jurisdiction for HUD, so that's the city, and as the participating jurisdiction, that was our allocation through home ARPA. And so what is required to utilize that money, we have several years to utilize it, about 7 or 8 years at this point, I think. And we have to put together what's called an allocation plan. So what'll start this fall is outreach to community organizations that work with vulnerable populations. So the continuum of care agencies, all of those folks who work with that population of people who are in need of service to put together that allocation plan. So how are we going to use that money, basically, is that plan that work will start this fall. So that's money that's above and beyond what is being requested tonight, and it's federal dollars, obviously.
So the remaining 2.1 million of regular ARPA, you're not asking to appropriate that as part
Of ARPA?
of the regular, I'm sorry, my time is up.
So no, that's okay. Let me respond if that's all right. So we aren't requesting any more ARPA money to be appropriated this year for hand. Okay. So now the two additional requests besides general fund is $2.1 million in housing development funds, which, as you know, are local, and then the $1,047,000 in ED lit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Councilmember Smith and then Councilmember Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we hear a little bit about what Housing Security Group has plans for that 1.5 million?
Sure. And you know what, tonight, I want to tell you, I believe on this council schedule, we have an update scheduled. I think Ms. Morgan and her staff are going to be updating you on the Heading Home Initiative's efforts on September 21st before the council. So I may defer. I'll be happy to answer follow-up questions if you have them in writing, Councilmember Smith. So they're doing a lot. I think Built for Zero is a big effort that they're engaging in. And so I don't want to steal Mary's thunder there, but there is a planned update for council, I believe on September 21st. So
Yeah, that's very exciting. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
you're still here.
sorry, Councilmember Rowland, actually, I missed Councilmember Sandberg's hand, gonna go with her first. So Councilmember Sandberg, then Councilmember Rowland.
Thank you. And I appreciate the chart on what I had asked for prior to the hearings tonight about the affordable units that are added. What I would like in addition to, and you said that there's going to be more income info that you're going to provide for us later.
Right,
And-
there's a chart we'll get you that has the income distribution of how affordable, like what does affordable mean? Are they workforce or are they 80%? And we have a chart we can get you there.
So all these things that are listed by year, they are in the category of affordable housing, or is it a mix of affordable and the workforce?
It's a mix of affordable and workforce.
It's a mix.
Yeah.
And then again, you've got several different developments that are listed per year. And I'd like to kind of get a breakdown of how many units per those developments in addition to the, you've just got Switchyard, Brownstone Terrace, et
Mhm.
cetera. If we could get an idea of where, these affordable units are.
So what we have, let me make sure this comports with what you're asking for. We'll have the total number of units and then how many units are in each income category. Is that what you're asking for?
Right.
Okay, yeah, we'll have that for you.
For that. And then you mentioned earlier that you are monitoring workforce housing that you've not yet had an opportunity to do. Are those the units that are in the developments where there was an arrangement where a certain percentage of those units would be workforce, but then it's Hand's responsibility to kind of go in and make sure all that's being done appropriately?
Yes, primarily. So let me kind of go through that a little bit, if I may. We are monitoring, so this list basically that you have in front of you of 1,121 units. If you look at that number as a total, there's a number of projects that make up that total. Those projects we are monitoring on an annual basis. We are going to be monitoring on an annual basis. Some of the workforce monitoring has been done previously, so I want to make that clear. But we think it's important to monitor all affordable, and forgive me if I sort of lump workforce into affordable. I believe it's a big category we need to focus on. So when I say affordable and workforce, so the department is, so I'll just tell you what we've done. So we are creating a process where we send communication to all of those properties who have affordable or workforce units on site. And we have a sheet that says, fill them in. Like, are you still you committed to 34 affordable or workforce units? Are you still doing that? Are they still this income band? Please respond to us by October 1st to your efforts. That's what we're doing in the Hand department. You also probably know that many affordable units, if they have home dollars, if they're a low-income housing tax credit project, if they've received a tax abatement, ESD reported on those to you all in June. They are required to do separate reporting. So if it's a low-income housing tax credit or low-income housing tax credit project, or LIHTC, as the acronym is, they're required to report to the state as well. So we are trying to figure out the best system there. This is what we started for this year to see how it works, and then we'll amend it. We want to make it practical. We don't want to have people double and triple reporting the same information if we can avoid that. So that's the effort we've started in Hand.
Good. I'm at my time, but I'll have a follow-up later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rowland.
Well, I'd respectfully ask Councilmember Sandberg to get out of my head because she asked all the questions that I wanted to ask. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to the same breakdown of that table on page 4. But I wanted to go back to page 2 and get some clarification about the basic number of units there are in the city and how many of them are affordable. There's a line that says, the 2020 Housing Study Commission by the City of Bloomington set a goal of having 2,592 more units of housing by 2030. I think that's referring to affordable units of housing. Is that right?
It is not. That's a total number. There's a subset of those that are affordable.
And yet, nearly 3,000 more units of rental housing have been created since 2020.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
Well, the next sentence, since 2020, nearly 3,000 more units of rental housing have been created, with more than 450 being affordable. So how do you reconcile the goal of having 2,600 more units of housing altogether in the next 10 years, when in the past 2 years, we've had more than that built?
So the first answer to your question is the subset. So the 2,592 is a 970 affordable owner occupied and 808 affordable. So when we look at how the numbers work, so those don't always align just so, because the housing study was done in 2020 and we say, okay, since 2020, what have we done? That's 3,000 more units of rental housing, both affordable and market rate. It doesn't talk about home ownership in there. So that's we're just trying to give you an idea of where we track on that goal. We've still got a lot of work to do on creating the total number of housing.
Well, let me stop you there, because that your answer doesn't really answer my question. That like, it's not clear to me. It says, again, I'll read the sentences: 2,592 more units of housing by 2030, but have been created nearly 3,000 more units since 2020. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. So, I mean, I'm already running out of time, but I just wanted to bring this up and to try to get clarity about, I mean, because I'd love to know what the actual numbers are. Like, you know, how many housing units are there in the city? How many of them are rental? We know better than the census apparently knows how many people live in the city and how many units there are. That's a strong indication of how many people there are in the city. So this basic set of figures, you know, I would like to see the same kind of clarity that you're bringing to the table that Councilmember Sandberg talked about. And let's bring it up on another question. I'm out of time for now, but I'll come back to this in another question. Thanks.
May I seek, excuse me, Deputy, may I seek some clarification?
Let me,
or do we need to move on?
We can come back to it.
Okay.
Since Councilmember Volton's time is up. If you had a
Thank
short
you.
reply, but you're still unclear, let's come back to it.
I just wanted to, yeah, I was a little unclear. I just want to make sure I'm getting down what he's asking exactly.
Okay.
So
Yeah, please clarify.
yeah, so Councilmember, can I ask a little, just for a little bit more clarification? You want to know how many rental units we have in the city of Bloomington right now? Is that helpful information?
I'd like to know how many units there are in the city of Bloomington, then how many rental units. I know you may not know that figure. It may require planning to intervene here, but I mean, unless the only number we can rely on is the Census Bureau's measure of the number of housing units in the city. But I would hope that the hand department would at least know how many total units of housing in the city, since even non-rental units are of some nominal concern to your department.
Well, I think I can answer that question. I just want to make sure I'm answering what you're asking. So if I
Okay.
heard you correctly, so do you want me to come back?
Perhaps clarifying in writing might be the most helpful.
Okay.
And or,
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think I have an answer to his question, but I want to make sure. So,
Well,
okay.
Let's come back.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
So Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zodi, for your presentation. I have two questions. The first one is, knowing that we've added thousands of new rental units, I'm concerned about the rental inspection program and whether you have sufficient staff in order to meet the needs of the periodic inspection.
Is that your question?
That's one question.
Thank you. We believe that we always will. The staff works very hard. We are keeping up on our inspections. It is manageable. I wouldn't say we are overwhelmed by. There are no inspections not getting done, right? So we have done a lot with increased units. We've found ways to make those more efficient as property owners are in the system longer. Sometimes we know them and they know how the system works and violations may change. So it's a very dynamic situation. Let me say that. I never want to say to anyone that I wouldn't take more help, but I think in this area, we have shown that we can be efficient with the units we have and more coming online. And the team works very hard. They're out every single day in all types of weather, as you know, doing that. So the team as we are is fine. I will tell you, when annexation was proposed and depending on where the litigation goes, we would believe we would need additional inspection staff if annexation were to go through, and that was part of the financial analysis last year. So that answered your question.
I think it does. My other question is about clarity, specificity regarding the $3.5 million request from the Housing Development Funds and ED Lit. It appears as though the ED Lit is covered in a table called Potential New Revenue Investments Proposal. Is that correct? That I see an itemization of that on page 186. Am I reading that correctly?
Are you in your hand budget memo, council member?
Yes.
Is it in your, the table in your memo? It's on page 13 of the memo. If that's,
Okay, yeah.
it's probably the same
That
thing.
corresponds
Yep.
to 186 in our budget, yes.
Yep.
So that's from ED Lit. How about the Housing Development Funds, 2.1 million?
Yeah.
Can
So
we
what-
have specificity regarding that? And you only have 30 seconds to respond. Perhaps you might want to.
Let me say this, November 16th will be scheduled my annual report to you on the Housing Development Fund activity. So I'll say that first. One thing we've been able to do this year, wasn't Housing Development Fund money appropriated for this year. So we've been able to use some ARPA money to do activities that otherwise would have been done out of housing development. So that's my answer in 20 seconds.
Okay, maybe we can correspond about this because I'd like to know specifically what these funds will be targeted to do.
Moving forward.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
There'll be some projects coming online and then we want to be ready to respond and be nimble to those that would come online as well.
Councilmember Simmons?
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Zodi. And I also commend your staff. They do a lot. And I will also submit many of the other questions I have later. There's a format that we submit questions, so you'll get some of those there. But for tonight, first of all, your 2022 budget goals update, and you talked about 60 home or households, graduates of home buyers class by the end of the quarter last year. Did you meet that?
Yes. Yeah, we exceeded. So the 2022 goal you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had close to 100, I think, that went through the Home Buyers Club last year.
So you have a pool of people that are waiting for down payment dollars or?
Well, they're coming through
or
because
do we
they,
just accumulate a pool of people in case there's.
yeah, so there are a lot of steps they go through to go into the home buying process. And one of those is to go through our Home Buyers Club. It's sort of a, certification that they go through. And so we want those folks to get into housing as soon as possible. Some of them find houses outside of the city, but we do those classes multiple times a year so that they can get that done as part of their education program to become first-time home buyers.
Are we working with folks on the other aspects of getting a home owner's loan and these sorts of things, other than the home buyers class? I know there's a lot of components, but we've got a pool of people that are waiting. How do we plan to help them going on into the future?
Yeah, that's something I want to increase with our efforts next year because there's a lot of education we can do. Every time we build a relationship with a lender on the shared equity program, for instance, that the city has, we see results from that. And results, I mean, we see one maybe come up in the pipeline. So it's taken some time to get lenders comfortable with some lenders comfortable with the shared equity model. Also down payment assistance programs, depending on the financing of the homeowner, that can get kind of complicated. I'll tell you last week, a state agency reached out after seeing the first responder, the incentives we have for housing for our law enforcement officials, reached out to us to see how we could partner better on our other down payment assistance programs. So there's a lot of outreach that can be done and we'd like to do in the next year. I think there's a real opportunity there.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question. I'll get in the next round, but to finish my time, you mentioned in your report about DEI training and you as a department head. And we've talked before, one of my concerns is more institutional as opposed to individuals. But in your role of this training, how is this being matriculated down to your staff?
Yeah.
Is there a plan? Is this throughout the administration or so what's happening with that?
Well, it's when it's completed, I want to be part of the effort to see how it's going to be disseminated through the staff. We did some training last year as a department. Haven't done much on that through the Center for Equity and Inclusion's training, particularly. And as that program finishes up, I want to see what the next steps will be, and we'll be obviously supportive of that because I think it's critically important. But I haven't done much training of the staff thus far from what I've learned in that just yet.
Okay, thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Additional first round questions, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I have a few questions. I'll probably go a couple rounds. You mentioned, everyone has like a right to a habitable home if they are a renter or a homeowner, I guess. But I really worry about retaliatory rent increases. And I think that's a big reason why folks do not report something that's wrong in their home. Do you know if we have any ordinances that prevent that, or if the state preempts us from doing that? Because I think it's a protection that folks might need.
I'd have to find out and let you know. We do. Our complaint inspection system is one that requires a call to come in. And so that's something we are sensitive to, but need to get back to you on that one.
And then I guess piggybacking on Councilmember Rallo, just thinking about enforcement in general and not just not just certifying rentals, but I think during the UDO discussions, there was just a lot about, we have really good rules in place, but often it's hard to enforce them, right? So like anything from, trash in yards or trash bins on the road or couches on porches or the noise ordinance and, all of those things. Like, do you think kind of Rollo's question, do you think we have enough folks on staff to really enforce all of the rules that we have in place to keep neighborhoods quiet is the wrong word, but.
Well, I think, our inspectors, our rental inspectors are also our neighborhood compliance officers. So we have, the 28,000 rental units in the city that are inspected every few years, every 4 years, every 5 years. And then each compliance officer is assigned, as you probably know, a zone of the city that is their area. And those change every year so that they're able to rotate, get to know the different areas of the city. So I think the number of citations written and the knowledge they gain in their neighborhoods I think we're doing fine there. Leave it up to others whether we are, adequately enforcing this ordinance or that one. But as far as Title VI goes, which is the neighborhood compliance stuff, I feel pretty comfortable that when we get a constituent response or we get a call that our staff is ready to go out and they're able to respond very quickly to those. And they make an effort to do so. We'll say this week, it's August. So we've had a lot of students move in and a lot of things coming up. And, over the weekend, I asked somebody hey, can you go check this out? And first thing Monday. And they're able to be on stuff and be pretty responsive. So we're very proud of that. And I think as Title VI goes and Title 16 goes to elaborate on Councilman Rallo's question, I think we're doing fine.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I've got one. I wanted to follow up about the Housing Development Fund a bit more. First of all, just a point of clarification, I think I'm maybe seeing 3 different terms for the same fund throughout the budget book. And I wanted to confirm if my understanding is correct there. So it's called the Housing Development Fund within your budget memo. I think it's called Affordable Housing in the chart, the sort of large chart on page 4 of the budget book. And then in a chart that was added to the budget book at council members' request, highlighting some revenue sources for certain funds, I think it's called Housing Trust. Do you know if those are all the same thing?
I believe that I would want to see it before I confirm it, but I believe generally they're all the same.
Okay.
So the Housing Trust was a different historic fund. And so I want to make sure the terminology is all the same. But what's most important there is obviously the dollar amounts attached to it. So I think that,
thank you.
Oh, Jeff's there. Yes. Pardon me, Jeff.
Perfect.
Phone and a
Yes,
friend.
Councilmember Flaherty, those are all the same. The names kind of get interchanged, but those are all the same funds, same fund.
Thank you. And then a follow-up on that is a bit more clarity or detail with respect to the revenue sources that go into that fund, whether it's a funds transfer or something else. In the chart that was added, I think it's page 15 of the updated budget book. It says major contributions or major sources of revenue for it are contributions and housing loans. Could you describe what those two sources are?
Sure. So the first is loans. We have a number of loans, and I'll either get you that information in a follow-up and what loans those are and how much, or I can give you that update in November when I come back. But we have loans that we have with those who are engaging in affordable housing development. We'll issue them a low interest loan. And so those are the payments coming in. The contributions, which this fund just this year, so we received a contribution from the developer of the complex on North Walnut Street, Verve, I think it is, the very large one there next to Denny's, the 1700 block of North Walnut. So those are contributions through the Unified Development Ordinance that are negotiated by the provision of incentives. So that contribution from the developer was over, I believe, $1.6 million. So that enhanced the balance of the fund just this year. So that would be the main source of revenue that you're seeing in the budget book.
So is that looking at next year's budget though? I mean, has that not hit yet? Like, are we expected to collect that 1.6 million during the next year? And that's why it's appearing as 2.1 million for the Housing Development Fund for calendar year, fiscal year 2023. I'm just struck by the really large jump in that, not that I'm not supportive of it or something. I'm just trying to
Sure.
understand it more clearly, what the difference from year to year is in the, what is sourcing that fund? What is contributing to that fund?
So that up until we got that payment in late June, maybe early July. And so that the cash balance of the fund was, I think, around $400,000. So we are wanting to keep a balance of the fund. So if you look at the total fund balance right now is $2.6 million. Okay. So what we're asking to do is keep sort of $500,000 back for the rest of the year to fund projects. There's a project in the pipeline right now that we think we want to fund out of the Housing Development Fund. So for instance, we've got $500,000 to last through the rest of 2022. So out of that 2.6, we're going to ask, we are holding 500,000 back that we may come back to you at the end of the year and ask for an appropriation for. But then we want to appropriate forward 2.1 million for next year. And that's all money we have that we just are wanting to move forward into next year, if that helps.
Yeah, thank you. The current balance helps synthesize that for me. Thank you.
Mhm.
So with that, I think everybody asked a question. We can move on to second round. Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. Of course, you and I recently have talked about the Quiet Nights ordinance. We do have one, play it loud and draw a crowd. It is August and we have new neighbors. My question has to do with your relationship to how those things get reported and what your compliance officers, how they can respond to that. And for instance, if somebody is cited for being a nuisance, they're definitely violating that ordinance. Who do you go back and talk to? Is it the landlord or is it the people on the lease? If this nuisance house, as it were, is a rental property? Can you just kind of talk a little bit about what HAND's responsibility is in addressing those kinds of nuisance properties?
Well, the noise ordinance would go through BPD. We don't necessarily get a record of those folks. I do think there's a relationship, and we have learned a little more. I've learned a little more this week, Councilmember Sandberg, from some of the issues that we talked about over the weekend. And Angela Van Roy and our neighborhood services program has done some work already with the impacted neighborhood. And so the IU Student Affairs has a role there that they're active in. As far as Title VI goes, so let me just take you through how I responded to that this weekend, if that's helpful. Maybe it's helpful to council members. So we had a report of a large party in one of our neighborhoods over the weekend, and I got contacted from someone I know in that neighborhood. The listserv, Councilmember Sandberg sent an email that had been going on in the listserv, and so I told the person I know that lives there. He said, "Hey, can HAND do something about this?" I said, "Well, here's, the noise ordinance is, the Bloomington Police Department is the chief respondent there. Our role comes in two ways. It's hard for us to be there in real time, so we can't go and break up a party in HAND. That's not under Title VI. So the Title VI role comes in, and I asked one of our neighbor compliance officers to go out and check out the property. We'll tell you that they reported back today that there was no violation that they could see. I also encourage that person to try to engage the neighborhood association to try to have some community efforts made there. So the person living next door, people living down the street, how that party impacted the neighborhood. And so I think those neighbors, Angela's been working to work with the neighborhood to have those conversations, and we've offered to do our door hangers. There are noise ordinance door hangers that can be distributed, so we can provide those to the neighborhood. As far as the rental side goes, Title 16, the lease agreement would have a role there. And so on trash and things like that, it's, it's the residents' responsibility, but there are certain things that are governed by the lease that we talk to and hear from landlords about who would be responsible for a citation in that case. So we do have that communicate. We get emails frequently that here's the lease agreement, tells you a little bit more about this relationship and whose responsibility it is. So it's not the same everywhere.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. One more follow-up. You've requested a new position, program manager.
That's right.
First thing, can you tell us, and I know it's not exact and I know it's not been approved, and I don't know a bunch of stuff, but what do you anticipate the salary range to be for that position? And can you talk to us a little bit about it's affordable housing focus. What is your vision of this position doing, and how is it going to help?
Sure. That position, I believe, was approved for a grade 7. So it would be within the grade 7 range. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that's the job grade it would be. So I can get that to you. But and so that person's role would be as we are looking at the revenue that we have in the department, as we've got all the focus in the 3 buckets on affordable housing, how are we managing those projects? How are we pushing things forward? Project management is a big focus of the department because that's how we just get things done. If we're have a housing project coming in that requires attention through the Housing Development Fund, how can we be more intentional with that money? Go out and find projects, not just be responding, but how do we go out and find those? How do we work with organizations that are existing in town? Maybe they want to expand. How do we help them do that? And so added capacity is needed for that. Right now, those responsibilities largely fall on myself and our assistant director, Brent Pierce. And so we want to make sure we've got somebody every single day focused on that project management. We provide the direction and we're doing a lot of administrative stuff as well, but we really need that project management focus and that program management focus, which is really key when you're managing money. We have our federal program managers. There are a lot of rules around federal dollars, as there are local, but we really need that project management focus, and that's what they would be focused on. In addition, I want a little more activity on outreach and education on what the programs that we do have. HEND has, as you all know, has a ton of programs, and I'd really like to put a larger focus on getting those programs out. Hey, did you know we have this money for down payment assistance? Did you know about our home buyers club? There's more outreach we can do, and so I'd like to put more focus on that as well.
Your assistant director will still be involved in that process.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of work to go around, as you know, and so we both would. But our assistant director has supervision over the Title 16 program as well. So that's a big part of his job, is to oversee that, which is a big role.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I've been talking to a few residents who live in cooperative housing through Bloomington Cooperative Living. And I'm just wondering what incentives we have to encourage this as an affordable housing opportunity.
Yeah.
And have there been any developments in that area in the past year?
We have. So we've provided community development block grant dollars to Bloomington Cooperative Housing. Cooperative Living, excuse me. And the Housing Development Fund is a place that can be used, can go toward organizations like Bloomington Cooperative Living for expansion and help with developing units. We believe the cooperative housing is a model. It's a successful model here in Bloomington, and so we want to see that grow. And so we're interested and are working with them on that. The Housing Development Fund is a resource for them as well.
And is there any other cooperative organization that maybe the city could encourage? The only one I really know about is Bloomington Cooperative Living. I wonder if there are some other groups maybe catering more to people that are older that we could encourage through financial support from the city?
I'd be happy to talk to them. I don't know of any that are officially stood up as organizations yet. I was on a conversation earlier this year with a group that was looking at doing a cooperative living environment, but I haven't heard much more there. But I'd be happy to talk to anybody that wants to talk about affordable housing. I'm not to sound, patronizing or anything like that, but whatever the discussion, let's figure out how to, what it is and how we can help if there's a way to help. So I think we should have a conversation if you know of someone, but I don't know of any other official organization yet other than Bloomington Cooperative Living.
And along these same lines, have you encountered any contradictions between trying to encourage co-ops as an affordable housing option and zoning not allowing larger houses or more than one house on a parcel?
No, I haven't thus far.
I know that a friend of mine lives in Springfield, Oregon, and that they had to get special permission to have two houses on a parcel that are a co-op. So
Yeah.
I always wonder about the interplay there
Yeah, I haven't, hasn't come to my
so far.
purview as a conflict, but planning may be able to tell you more.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scambolery. Oh, and then Councilmember Rowland. Sorry, Councilmember Rowland.
Can go first if you.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Rowland. I did see your hand. I forgot on the Zoom screen.
Thank you. Mr. Zodi, so in the conversation about affordable housing units being built, I know that in the first year or two of the Hamilton administration, that was done through creative tax abatements and PUDs. And I wonder now, how are the bulk of affordable housing units being created? Through what mechanism? Is the city demanding it? Is it part of the zoning code? Are people coming voluntarily to offer affordable housing? How is that working?
Sure. I would say, that obviously predates me, but I think the new provisions in the Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO, are helping streamline that, making a more obvious, clearer path toward how one might create affordability through the incentives that are offered there. We still, so that's the first part. I have a three-part answer. The first part is that. The second part is what incentives we can use through things like the Housing Development Fund, through our home dollars, which we are trying to be more intentional about how we spend those. Those are very complicated dollars, home dollars, the federal money from HUD. So it's the incentives that we have and how can we boost those. The third part of that is what are we doing proactively? And I would say with Hopewell and the properties on North Arlington, or Arlington Park Drive, excuse me, those are positions where the city owns the property. We are working, as Ms. Gazunas mentioned, working with the Summit Hill Community Development Corporation on the creation of a land trust. And so when we are in a position to own the property and help advance its development, I think that creates a third avenue for driving forward affordability here in the city.
I can't see the timer, so someone will give me a heads up. So of the 227 units that were created last year, can you roughly break down how they were, how they came to be?
I would have to go through them and tell you. Councilmember Volin, each of those that had affordability would have an agreement in place. Some of those would have been done prior to the UDO being adopted. So I would have to get back to you on that, which I'm happy to do.
Well, they say Retreated Switchyard, Brownstone Terrace, 300 East Hillside. Those are, I think, were all after the UDO.
Yeah, the Retreated Switchyard was received a tax abatement. We also, for all intents and purposes, granted the land there. That was a low-income housing tax credit project, which I would maybe say is a Fourth Avenue. Those are more rare, but low-income housing tax credit projects like that one are also possible.
I feel like that might need to be a column.
I'm sorry.
That might need to be a column. That might need to be a column added to the table that Councilmember Sandberg was looking for, with the greater breakdown of how those units were, like what was the origin of the affordable housing? Was it triggered by which aspect of code? Final question is, are those home dollars renewable? Are they a one-time program? I don't know much about the home program.
Councilmember Rowland, you were actually already at your time prior to that question.
Okay, then I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned several different sources of potential affordable housing projects. Might it be a rehab, might it be a new construction, so forth, or blanks or a blank canvas. With that in mind, can you share an update on the Trinitas project on West 17th, please?
I'd be glad to. Thank you for the question. So to give quick background on the project, there's a large rental development which is being built, nearing completion, which is more than 300 rental units being developed by Trinitas Ventures. As a part of that PUD, they are deeding over 45 lots to the city of Bloomington and will make them development ready. So they're building out the street, the sewer connections, all of that to have them ready. So the city has issued an RFI, earlier this year. We received 3 responses back from that, and we're in the decision process now. One of the things, as I just mentioned, with the creation of the land trust, is we're talking about Summit Hill for possible partnerships up there and how we can make at least half of that development permanently affordable. Not all of it necessarily, but at least half to get permanent affordability in that part of, in that development. That's R4 zoning, so there's the ability to put more than 1 unit on the lot. And so we're looking at all those things right now and going through the process of what it would take to transfer property to a developer, transfer it to the land trust, all that kind of stuff. So in decision mode on that, I would say, council member.
Water for you there.
Oh, thank you.
And with the understanding that those variables are in play, can you ballpark the timetable?
We'd like to get an agreement in place by the end of the year. So.
Calendar.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberger.
Thank you. This isn't in the budget because we're not allowed to regulate, but it's something I would love to talk about a little bit, Airbnbs. I know the state doesn't allow this, but I just feel like we're having a pretty big problem with full-time Airbnbs, especially in our walkable neighborhoods. And I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do to discourage that, encourage other types of rentals. I know I've talked a little bit about potentially doing like a volunteer rental certification for Airbnbs, and like, I don't know, I feel like if maybe we were to market that, at least we could make sure these homes are like safe for visitors, because it also just bothers me that there's no way to make sure guests in these homes have any kind of protections, like smoke detectors, thoughts on that?
It's a discussion that comes up from time to time. We don't regulate short-term rentals in any way here in Bloomington. State law has sort of a statutory provision that anything under 30 days is considered short-term. So if you're registering a rental and you're leasing for any more than 30 days, then it is subject to Title 16. So state law has a role there. What I do tell people when they come in and ask about this, I remind them of some of the other things that any property owner in Bloomington is subject to, which first being our Title 6 ordinance. So if you're a property owner in Bloomington, if your guests are there for a weekend and there's a Title 6 violation, then you're obviously subject to that. Also, historic preservation guidelines. If the property is of a historic nature or in a historic neighborhood, it's important to keep those things in mind if you're purchasing the property. So I had a conversation with a realtor earlier this year who said, "What do they need to know? Do you do this?" I said, "No, we don't regulate them, but know these things." Going back to one of your other questions, I would say if we did engage in the regulation of those, I think we would need a lot of enhanced capacity to do that, because it's a complete departure from the rental inspection program and the cycles and all that stuff. It would be a pretty big systematic change or another system to monitor. So I would have a big conversation there. And I understand the conversations had been some previously in the city, but not recently.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional second round questions from council members? Not seeing any. Let's maybe go to the public now, and we can come back for third round questions if council members have them. But is anyone in chambers interested in commenting on the housing and neighborhood development budget or if anyone online would like to comment, please raise your hand in Zoom or message the meeting host via chat that you would like to unmute and make a comment. Deputy Attorney Kulak, do we have any commenters?
I don't see any hand raised on Zoom right now.
Okay. Still nothing?
Still nothing. And if you're on a phone dialing in, you'll have to hit *9.
Let us know if anything comes through, but seeing none, we can return to the council for any third round questions at this point. Seeing none, any final comments or debate from council members?
May
Yes, Mr. Doty.
Should I respond back to Councilmember Volan's question or just do that in writing? I want to make sure I'm closing the loop there on his question. So I will do whatever the will of the council, but I don't want to leave that unchecked.
I would defer to Councilmember Volan as that could be a third round if you would like.
The questions I want to ask are stacking up. So which question were you referring to, Mr. Zodi?
I think the one on housing units and home dollars were the two that I noted.
Right. Yeah. If the home dollars is the question you wanted to follow up on, I'm all ears.
Okay. Home dollars are allocated to the city every year as part of our entitlement status as 50,000 or more people, just like community development block grant dollars. So this year we are projected to get $583,000 in home. That's an allocation that comes every year to the city. And so
that is for building housing.
It's for the construction of affordable housing. And we also, that's our down payment assistance programs that are funded federally are also through the home program. And we have our rehab programs are largely funded out of there.
Okay. The other questions I can follow up on in writing because they're sort of more basic questions, but I will ask, why haven't we pursued a housing trust before now? I mean, wouldn't it make sense to the administration to lock in their affordable housing gains in a permanent way through ensuring that, like, if they're all owned by, I don't know, I'm sort of, it seems like a housing trust should already exist. It's a good idea.
The land trust, you mean, council member?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a land trust some time ago in Bloomington, and I think a priority of the administration and the housing authority through their development arm was to create the land trust through Summit Hill. So that's been a priority over at least the last 18 months, if not before. And I would say before. That's just since I've been here. It's been priority for the mayor.
Is there a particular hang up that would keep it from already existing? Like, why isn't that? What is that so hard?
Not having done one, I can't say the level of difficulty, but there is a financing that's important there. So the trust is owning the property, the homeowners, if that's the model, are owning the structure. So the financing that's in place and the financial model is very important to be financially sound. And so that's a really important effort. If you're going to engage in that, as you know, you've got to make sure it's sound. And so we're trying to create opportunities for how we could build the land trust up potentially through.
So it's not like Sycamore Land Trust where they're just preserving land to be not developed. This is about managing the housing in perpetuity. Is that the idea?
That's correct.
Got it.
And
so I'll follow up with
model
other
is.
questions in writing. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's the difference. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Zodi. Last call for any final comments. Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I had a few more questions that I'll just submit in writing. They did not rise to the occasion tonight. I think I will pass on this tonight. I know it was mentioned in one of the earlier presentations that, hand staff is pretty self-sufficient and you've got all kinds of efficiencies, but it just appears to me that with all the additional rental units and responsibilities that the hand department has, I don't know how those efficiencies are being factored in it, but it appears that inspections do require a lot of face-to-face, and that takes a lot of time. So I want to just take a little more time to examine all the information. You've presented us with a lot. much appreciated. And I certainly appreciate the work of you and your staff and all the different moving parts that you have to manage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other final comments? I will briefly just thanks again, Mr. Oh, Councilmember Rowland, I'll go to you first. Go ahead.
You don't have to go last, but okay. I want to echo Councilmember Sandberg's comments about housing. I have never understood why. I mean, in years past, I would ask the Van Hand director, listen, we could, in District 6 alone, half of your inspector, we take up half of your inspectors because there's so many rentals in District 6. I know that hand inspectors have gotten more efficient over the years, and that's fantastic, but I've never understood why, if council members are asking them to give them another inspector, why they don't take it. The things that could, I mean, I think it reflects a general opinion of my several colleagues that rental housing being 2/3 of the housing stock in the city means we have a lot more concerns about quality of life that could perhaps be enforced by the hand department. So it's never really been clear to me why they couldn't use more staff or what they could do with more staff. I'm glad they're trying to be efficient. But I will be looking forward to getting the data that we've talked about, just sort of definitive, how much housing is there in the city, how much was a rental, because we don't have a way of tracking it now. And it's another way of responding to the mistake that was the 2020 census. If we can show that the housing units in the city have increased substantially, it won't make any sense to anybody that there's been no increase in population. So that's certainly a motive behind some of my questions. Finally, I'd just like to put in a word for Angela Van Roy's work and her neighboring project trying to actively address the idea, how do we make students into neighbors? I think it's got a lot of potential, and I want to encourage everyone to get behind that effort. So, with all that, thank you for the presentation.
I have just a brief couple of comments. First is just a request to please be sure to use consistent terminology in describing especially technical things like funds. As council members, we're often left sort of jumping around the budget book to try to look at things systematically because the information is located in a lot of different places. And I think we still have a lot of improvement as a city on that front to provide the information council members ask for in a systematic way that is helpful for us digesting the information. So I know from hearing from my colleagues, we are searching around the budget book, and a control find that isn't reliable to identify the same information is frustrating on that front. So please be extra careful in the future to use consistent terminology. Second is just that I'm going to vote no tonight because I'm still digging into some details here. I noted on the first night of the budget hearings that I don't generally abstain from votes, but to me, if I still have questions, I'm a no until it's a yes. And so I just wanted to explain that for my vote tonight. And if there are no other comments, I would entertain a do pass motion.
So moved. And
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the council to recommend do pass on the housing and neighborhood development budget. Would the deputy clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Boland,
Pass.
Sims,
Pass.
Scambaluri,
yes.
Sandberg,
Pass.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Rosenberger.
Pass.
Thank you. I believe that is a 3-1-5 vote, 3 yeses, 1 no, 5 abstentions. And with that, we will move on to the Economic and Sustainable Development Department budget. We have Mr. Crowley joining us this evening to present that department's budget. Good evening, Mr. Crowley. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, council members. I'm Alex Crowley, Director of Economic and Sustainable Development, or ESD. It's my pleasure to present ESD's 2023 budget request for your consideration. Thank you to the Mayor's Office and the Controller team for their help preparing the budget. This evening, I will highlight some recent ESD accomplishments, goals for 2023, and summarize significant changes in our proposed 2023 budget. The department's mission is to cultivate a resilient community built on shared prosperity, inclusive economic opportunity, environmental stewardship, and a thriving arts and culture ecosystem. In other words, we work to enhance the quality of life for all residents in Bloomington, with a particular emphasis on underserved populations. To accomplish our goals, our small team depends upon many partners inside and outside the city. We appreciate those collaborations. As you know, ESD leverages a number of funding sources to accomplish its goals, including those listed here. The 2023 funding request you'll see this evening includes the first three funds: the General Fund, ED Lit, and ARPA. There are 8 full-time employees in ESD. My colleagues include 6 highly capable, motivated, and talented individuals, each with their distinct roles to support the city's priorities. They are pictured here. In fact, some are in the room. It's my distinct honor to serve alongside these dedicated public servants. We currently have 1 vacancy in the position of Assistant Director for Small Business Development. We expect to fill that position by the end of September. In addition, we're pleased to regularly host fellows and interns in the department. We appreciate the council's support in augmenting ESD staff over the past several years, including the positions of TDM Manager and Sustainability Coordinator, to help the department keep pace with the city's increased sustainability work. ESD's areas of concentration are sustainability, including economic, environmental, and social sustainability, support for arts and culture, entrepreneurship and small business support, as well as more extensive economic development projects. Before I get into the details of our 2022 accomplishments and our proposed 2023 budgets, I'd like to frame the moment in time and how it informs ESD's current work and our goals in 2023. First, we continue to benefit from a federal administration substantially better aligned with our priorities than the previous federal administration was. ESD intends to continue to successfully pursue and secure federal funding this year and next. We also appreciate the council's support of the ED Lit, which, as you'll see in my presentation later on, will allow us to take significant strides to implement the Climate Action Plan, among other priorities. Despite these opportunities, however, we continue to face significant headwinds that are hurting a lot of our people and holding our community back. These challenges include the lingering effects of the COVID pandemic, which manifests themselves in ongoing health concerns, general uncertainty about the future, and continuing staffing, supply chain, and material cost impacts. The climate crisis is affecting all aspects of our lives, particularly devastating those of us at lower income levels least able to absorb climate impacts. As the mayor said on Monday, we're pleased that the 2023 budget proposes transformative investments in the Climate Action Plan and public transit, thereby helping us all build a sustainable and equitable economy. Inflationary pressures are also significant and real, impacting people and businesses and causing hardships across the community. And to add to all of this, we find ourselves at odds as a community with some actions from the Indiana legislature, including the unconscionable SB 1 law taking effect in September. In sum, we face a challenging present and an uncertain future, but we feel we're well positioned to navigate through the critically important years and decades ahead. Let me now turn to some recent ESD accomplishments. I'll start with our work to support Bloomington's arts and culture. And as with all of these highlights, the two mentioned here are only a small sample of the totality of ESD's work in this regard. As you may recall, late in 2020, the city unexpectedly reacquired the John Waldron Arts Center from Ivy Tech. Mayor Hamilton convened a task force to lead public engagement on the future of the facility. ESD became heavily involved in transitioning the Waldron, including implementing a significant deferred maintenance program to prepare the building for reopening in January 2022, which we accomplished, and successfully negotiating an agreement with Constellation Stage and Screen to assume management responsibilities of this important arts facility for the foreseeable future. We're pleased that Constellation has assumed responsibility for the building starting July 1 of this year, and we look forward to their success. And we appreciate the strong collaboration with legal and with the Department of Public Work on this project. ESD has continued its support of festivals and other community cultural events, including supporting the IU Arts and Humanities Council's terrific Grand Falloon Festival in May and June of this year, which culminated in a final concert on Kirkwood featuring nationally recognized musical acts. Maybe we'll get Beyonce next year. These types of events provide a chance for all of us in the community to gather again after so much isolation during the pandemic. In the area of sustainability, with the Sustainability Action Plan and Climate Action Plan as our guides, some recent highlights include ESD has been hard at work developing a climate engagement tool to help our communities, residents, and organizations understand individual actions they can take to help the climate emergency. Help address, the climate emergency. The tool will also consolidate information about the city's myriad sustainability programs into an easily accessible online resource. Excuse me. We are calling the platform Zero in Bloomington, and it will launch in September. Another important effort is the city's transportation demand management program, which is set for launch to the public next week. As you know from recent report to council, the platform is built and engagement with employers and organizations across the community is already underway. We've been gratified that Bloomington's climate and sustainability work has garnered national and regional attention, including Lead for Cities designation from the U.S. Green Building Council and Soul Smart Gold designation, which we just received in July. In the area of business relations and development, and with council's substantial support, ESD continues to focus on making Bloomington a great place to work and build a career. ESD led the process to facilitate Catalent's commitment to invest $350 million in capital and grow its local workforce by 1,000 high-paying jobs, and we're pleased that the investment is now underway. With Public Works, we've continued to provide local businesses with outdoor infrastructure to help stimulate ongoing commercial activity as the pandemic has waxed and waned during the course of the year. And all the while, we've continued to help with various workforce programs, including those involving entrepreneurship and workforce reentry with partners such as the Mill and Centerstone and others. Finally, ESD has helped lead or been integral to some important long-term economic development projects. These include working to reactivate interest in the Trades District, the city's innovation district, because the emphasis in the Trades District has been to develop office space and the office market bottomed out during the pandemic. We've had to restart our efforts. I'm pleased to say we're beginning to see signs of a reactivating office market. In the Trades District, ESD is also collaborating on implementation of the city's $3.5 million Economic Development Administration grant to fund a Trades District Technology Center. A number of challenges remain with that project, which ESD is currently helping to overcome. And we're deeply immersed in preparations for the redevelopment of the current 24-acre Hopewell site, a once-in-a-century project that will create significant housing and other opportunities in Bloomington for decades to come. Through these projects, ESD is focused on long-term goals while also addressing day-to-day challenges the community continues to face. And it bears saying that while we're constantly striving to improve the community, we should recognize that Bloomington is truly a great small city, punching well above its weight class in quality of life amenities, whether our art scene, our cultural assets, our parks, sustainability work, our jobs, and so many other qualities. We should not forget that fact. Turning now to some example 2023 goals, starting with arts and culture support. Bloomington's rich landscape of cultural assets has only now begun to emerge from the extreme pressure they have felt in the past several years. ESD proposes to continue efforts to buttress these many individual artists and organizations directly and indirectly. Specifically, our focus will be to help connect artists and groups with available funding and other mutual support resources through a community arts platform. Significant engagement by ESD with local artists and organizations over the past year have suggested this would be an important addition to our community's arts resources. We also hope with your budget approval to continue to focus resources on emerging artists of our community to help them build their capacities long into the future. Specifically, we will seek to increase grants to artists early in their career, people of color, and members of the LGBTQ+ community from 5% to 25% of total arts grants next year. All of which will be guided by an arts feasibility study, which ESD has led since last year to help direct Bloomington's arts and culture efforts for the next decade. We expect to release the findings of that study well before the end of 2022. Our focus on sustainability, with particular emphasis on the risks of climate change to our most vulnerable populations, is now further supported by the significant additional funding from ED Lit. Thank you for that support. Our 2023 budget goals include expanding programs to help residents and organizations overcome energy burdens with an emphasis on improving energy efficiency and adopting renewable energy. As you know from the city's greenhouse gas inventory, energy in the built environment continues to be the greatest area of opportunity to help address our climate challenges. The waste stream, particularly the commercial waste stream, has long been an area for improvement. With this in mind, we'll be focusing some efforts towards businesses and multifamily complexes to encourage composting, among other ways to mitigate waste. And we will continue our efforts to support our local, sustainably produced food businesses, including growers and local food artisans through technical assistance, among other efforts. I should note, what you see represented in ESD's budget only scratches the surface of the sustainability investments the city makes across its operations in the community. We look forward to providing you a thorough review of city investments and actions during our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan update presentation currently scheduled for October. As you know, transportation demand management is an initiative to reduce single occupancy vehicle travel. While we consider it a sustainability effort, as recognized in the Climate Action Plan, I wanted to call out TDM as a significant effort in its own right in 2023. We have set certain specific goals related to our Go Bloomington TDM efforts. First, we understand that the long-term viability of the program will require us to secure significant funding from external sources to help us achieve our long-term objectives. We will be seeking no less than a 1-for-1 match of our local funding from federal sources for 2024. Simply launching Go Bloomington as a platform is not enough. We'll be driving registrations and engagement on the platform in 2023 to encourage residents and commuters to switch their modes of travel from driving alone to another more sustainable option. And as we discussed in our recent TDM presentation to Council, we'll be developing and tracking impact metrics for the program to help guide future investments. COVID has shown a light on the frailty of our local small and mid-sized business ecosystem. With your help, which the community very much appreciates, we've been nimble and responsive over the past several years to address some of that weakness, but significant work remains to be done. We previously provided financial and organizational support for programs focused on entrepreneurship, job training, and re-entry to the workforce, and intend to continue that work in 2023. We also recognize the competing perspectives regarding outdoor commerce, especially around Kirkwood and the Courthouse Square. In 2023, to provide some amount of predictability to the community, we will undertake the complicated work of establishing 5-year parameters around potential ongoing closures, an effort that has been necessarily ad hoc due to the uncertainty of the past several years. And as noted earlier, we see significant opportunities to partner our sustainability and small business efforts to help commercial interests in town make a positive impact on our overall climate posture. ESD will implement initiatives to support small businesses who are eager to improve their operations and adopt better sustainability practices. And finally, we'll continue our work on major economic development programs and investments to position Bloomington for economic vibrancy in the next decades. We'll be focusing on design excellence in the built environment, particularly from private development. Recent development trends have yielded outcomes that are, to put it delicately, not the most inspired buildings. Working closely with Columbus, Indiana, and other design resources, we will be seeking creative ways to overcome this unfortunate recent trend. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll be redoubling our efforts to activate the Trades District, and in particular, to initiate construction of the potential Trades District Technology Center. And finally, as the Hopewell project accelerates, we anticipate significant ESD resources allocated to support that substantial redevelopment effort, including its sustainability strategies. Through these efforts and others, our work will be focused on expanding housing and workforce opportunities, continuing the strong wage growth we've seen in Bloomington over the past several years, which I know can be stressful for certain organizations, and help improve the built environment as we experience it every day. Turning now to the budget dollars for 2023, our 2023 budget request across the general fund, ED Lit, and ARPA funds totals $7.26 million, representing an increase of $4.56 million, or 169% over 2022. This is admittedly an eye-popping increase for a department our size, so let me break it down for you. In category 1, which is personnel costs, the 2023 request is approximately $767,000, an increase of about $110,000 or 16.8% from 2022. This breaks down as follows. $49,400 represents the addition of the sustainability coordinator. $32,600 results from the cost of living and one-time 2023 salary increases, and $28,400 is from increases in employee benefit costs. In category 2, which is for supplies, we have a 2023 request of $8,400, an increase of $500 or 6.3% over last year to help us shore up supplies for community arts projects. Category 3 is where we have the majority of our budget. ESD's category 3 request is $6.48 million, an increase of $4.45 million or 219% over 2022. I've broken category 3 out by fund so you can see what's driving the change. In the general fund, we request an increase of $8,381 or 1.8% from 2022. This allows us to add an arts communication and resource platform offset by other reductions. Our ED Lit request is a net increase of $5.68 million, of which $3.81 million is targeted for Bloomington Transit, which means ESD will functionally administer an increase of $1.87 million in 2023. Our ARPA request decreases by $1.2 million or 78.8% from 2022. And ESD does not have category 4 capital requests. Because the ED Lit is unique for budgeting in 2023, let me spend a little extra time on ESD's administered allocation of $1.87 million, which adds transformational funding for climate action plan implementation totaling $1.63 million, $200,000 for workforce and economic development support, and $46,500 for continuing public arts and arts development support. These amounts align with the council's broad ED Lit approval. And as the mayor mentioned in his opening remarks, on a per capita basis, the combined ESD administered ED Lit and BT amounts, $5.68 million together, adds another $650 per capita to the $1,100 per capita national investment in sustainability. Our local investment is pretty remarkable at 2/3 of the federal per capita amount. Focusing on the climate action plan implementation funding, you'll see here that for energy in the built environment and transportation, those two categories reflect the majority of the climate action plan implementation support, with important, if smaller amounts allocated to proposed waste mitigation, climate economy, and ecosystem and green space projects. Incidentally, the transportation category includes $250,000 in electrification funding of city fleet and equipment, which will help us migrate city operations away from two-stroke engines. ESD has more granular information on these categories, as well as the workforce and arts lines, which I can share with you separately. Turning to the 2023 ARPA, or Recover Forward request, which decreased by $1.2 million from 2022, we've recommended items listed here that are either one-time or finite in nature. Included, for example, is funding to support a significant project to onboard operations and maintenance responsibilities for the city's solar arrays. The total ARPA request is $334,500. To recap, here are the 2023 ESD budget requests by fund, and in total, $1.24 million from the general fund, $5.68 million from ED Lit, of which $3.81 million will be for Bloomington Transit, $334,500 from ARPA, for a total of $7.26 million. Thank you again for your time this evening. As I outlined at the start of the presentation, the department's mission is to cultivate a resilient community built on shared prosperity, inclusive economic opportunity, environmental stewardship, and a thriving arts and culture ecosystem. We believe our 2023 budget requests will help us continue to successfully pursue that mission and to help the community emerge from the pandemic stronger than before. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley and ESD staff for the presentation and your work. Councilmember Rallo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Flaherty. Thank you, Mr. Crowley, for your presentation. So could you expound on what is meant by climate economy?
Yeah, so we have money set aside in there that are one of the challenges in the work that we do is that we can very easily affect our own operations, right? If we have the funding for it, we can actually impact it. But our operations only really represents about 10% of the total emissions. And so relatively speaking, it's a small amount. And really what we need is the overall economy, private sector and other organizations in the community to align with the goals of the city and to start to also lead the way as they have in other communities to help the community advance as a whole. So monies are set aside in the ED Lit to help seed some of that work in 2023. In other words, to figure out ways in which we can actually, incentivize and encourage private sector and other functions in the economy to more aggressively help us on the sustainability front.
Okay. I'm a little unclear about that still, but let's move on to a second question. The mayor in his introductory remarks about the budget mentioned a commitment to the local food economy, something we've talked about quite a lot and something I've been favorable for a number of reasons. It's healthier, it supports local farmers, it supports farmland, it's good for the climate, et cetera. What is the status of that? I don't see anything in the budget specific to that. Have I missed?
Well, there was money allocated through ED Lit. That money, in discussions with CFRD, ESD decided that money would be better administered, and you'll probably hear Director Calendar Anderson talk about the ED Lit allocation. So that's where that is. There is money in the general fund, the ESD general fund, to support local food, but you won't see it pop on the ED Lit detail
In your budget. And could you just give us shortly, what is the status or success of the farm stop?
Well, my understanding is it's going along. It had a tough start, like every startup does. But my understanding is it's plowing ahead. I know that they had some staff turnovers early on, which I think sort of challenged them. I have not gotten a report from them recently, but I can send you the latest report that they've sent out to us if you'd like.
Be helpful. Yeah, thank you. That's my time. So thanks.
Councilmember Scamilleri.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the report and the presentation tonight. I have questions along a couple lines, but I wanted to start with workforce development and economic development. You talked about workforce reentry training, reskilling, upskilling, entrepreneurship, and so forth. I'm interested in knowing which of those, what are the outcomes of those investments? In other words, which have proved most promising in connecting people with new opportunities? Do we have data on that? What kind of data do we have?
Yeah, I in fact, just recently received an update from the mill. The mill administers a lot of those programming dollars. Maybe what I can do is follow up with you after the fact. I think generally speaking, it's been very successful, whether it's, the code school that they work on in collaboration with Ivy Tech, or some of these Reboot, which is kind of focused on reentry, a little bit more reentry. They're also targeting for 2023 some entrepreneurship for, work at home mothers. So they're being very, it's very interesting, and they're being very targeted to help interest groups that are traditionally having more trouble getting into entrepreneurship, for example, as a career path.
Mm-hmm.
As you may know, the code code school, code IT school is about kind of, if you're in one career and you want to evolve your career up into coding, for example, it's designed more for that kind of transition rather than someone who's out of the workforce and entering the workforce. So they have an interesting mix of programs. I think they're, from our assessment, they're very successful. We're very pleased to help support in our small way, and we encourage that to continue in 2023.
And thank you for that. And I would find it helpful to have that specific information. In other words, acknowledging that they are very different from each other, how do we measure their success? And what have we measured so far?
Yeah.
So I would very much appreciate that data. Also, just in the time I have left, can you share an update on the COVID relief loans that were provided with Arpa funds to local businesses? What data, what are your impressions of the impact that those loans have had?
Well, I mean, I think we've gotten a lot of anecdotal evidence of them being critically important. If you remember, those were put out at the time when there was going to be a gap between all hell breaking loose and the prospect of any kind of PPP help. And really the idea was to try to just kind of carry people through that process, which did take a certain amount of time, and some people never got those. But there were subsequent rounds, and so it was a way to float those people through that uncertainty early on, especially. People paid back their loans. We've had a certain number of paying back. We're collecting. We're doing repayments. They began in June, so we're starting to do sort of monthly, repayments. We're collecting that. The downside is that there's still some businesses out there that are really struggling. And I had a conversation with one business owner who actually showed me their P&Ls for the last 3 years. And it was so stark to see that business, which was fine in 19, tank in 20 and 21, and still hasn't really come back to the level that it needs to be. So when you look at the numbers and you look at the 3 years of P&Ls, profit and loss statements, then you realize that there's some businesses that are doing fine and they're going to be fine. There's some businesses that still are not doing fine, and it's no fault of their own. In this example, the cost of goods sold was tripling for the product that they put out. The staffing was costing them more if they could even get it. And the revenues were down, right? So it's a perfect storm of negative effects on a business where you don't have the revenues, your staffing, if you can get it, is going to be more expensive, and your costs are through the roof because of inflation. So that's the kind of business that's really suffering right now. And we're hoping to be, to see that turn around maybe as students have come back, and we're starting to see some more spending power in the market.
Thank you. That's my time. I'm going to follow up in writing with some additional questions. So thanks.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. And first off, I do want to commend you and your staff for the heavy lifting that you did during that period. That was really awesome. We were all scared. We were all uncertain, and you really, I think, handled that gap with like troopers. So thank you for that. My question has to do about the ARPA funding line that you have here, because that is time limited, right? Is this the last year we're going to be able to spend ARPA money?
I believe that I would have to ask Jeff Underwood, but I think that certainly from a city perspective, we are being encouraged.
I think it's end of 2025.
Okay, so there still is a window, because my question specifically has to do with the $100,000 that you have in support for early childhood education. Looks like that is being transferred from the general fund over to this ARPA line that you're going to be managing. Can you give some details about where that money goes and how that is helpful to the community? I mean, early childhood and childcare in general is such a huge issue for many working families.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. It's it's a serious pain point for people trying to get back to work. So that money has kind of been used in different ways in the handful of years that we've had it in the general fund. We've done grants, for a couple of years. We did direct grants to providers to help them build capacity. So that was something that was done early on. I think we set some aside actually and we still have encumbered 1 year's worth for Bloomington Housing Authority, and a project that they have. I think they started it back in 19, maybe or 20 or something like that. So there's the amount that was kind of committed to that. We, this year are looking at a proposal from the Community Foundation, that, as you know, is a terrific resource regarding early childhood education. And they have a program that they're trying to build, which is more of a kind of, if you think of it as a shared service model for providers. So there's a lot of waste and inefficiency, and in some cases, inability to fulfill on some of the challenges they have. So substitute teachers, if everybody out there is trying to solve their own substitute teacher problem, that's terribly inefficient. If everybody out there is, I'm not sure that this is one of those things, but if everybody out there is buying diapers individually and they don't have buying power on that, is there an opportunity to have efficiencies that way? So I think my understanding of their program is they're trying to get a shared service structure in place that people can avail themselves of, especially the smaller providers. And so we're thinking that that's an appropriate use of the monies, because then you can kind of spread it out into a greater efficiency in the early childhood marketplace.
Perfect timing. Thank you. I'm at my time.
Additional questions from council members? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crowley. I wanted to ask a couple things that came up in your presentation. The $28,000 increase in employee benefit costs, is that something we're seeing across the board, or is there something special for ESD employees that's new? That's great.
Can't speak to anybody else's budget. I just didn't analyze what was going on in mine. I was like, why is that number going up so much? It's, as you may know, there are 3 or 4 different, it's not just healthcare. So I think some of it is actually attributable to the fact that when we had the sustainability coordinator join us, or be proposed to join us, that never made the budget. So that became an unbudgeted thing. So there could be some amount of that is tied to a new position, unbudgeted new position that is continuing into 2023. And then I think, as you learned early, maybe on Monday, there are some new benefits being introduced, and I've seen in the details of my budget some monies allocated to cover some of those new benefits. So some of that, I think, so it's not necessarily that costs are going up as much as the grouping of the lines that represent benefits cumulatively are going up year over year. And I just wanted to call that out.
Okay, thanks. The other question I had was the 3.81 million of the ED lit request that is for Bloomington Transit. Can you explain why that's part of your budget, how it works?
No, but I think we're kind of holding it. I believe what has to happen is it needs to be placed in a budget, needs to be placed in the budget of the city. There is a process that is underway already for, I don't know if it's an interlocal, but a set of agreements that would allow for us to then facilitate the spending of that money. Why my department was selected, I think, is maybe because we have sustainability funding, and but I'm not sure that it's nothing specific about ESD that makes it there's something about our work that is requiring us to be the department to issue it out. I think it just landed there for budgeting purposes.
So I don't know if Mr. Underwood is still on the line, but does that then get reappropriated by the Board of Public Transportation after it's moved from the city to BT?
Yes, they accounted for it in their budget presentation. So it's essentially what Alex said. The money comes into the city and then we will grant that back out to BT. So we have to appropriate the funds so that we can then transfer them over to BT because they're a separate political body and then they appropriate those. So John talked about that in his budget presentation last night. So as Alex said, we're currently working with legal and BT to pull those grants documents together. It'll be an interlocal, probably a multi-year agreement. So they can apply for federal matching funds to go with that. And then it'll be subject to annual appropriation by you all.
Okay, so we already saw it in BT's proposal.
Correct. Yeah.
It was in there and it's in this. Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure we don't have duplicates here.
No, it's not a duplicate because we have to appropriate the money because it comes into us. And in order to spend it, you all have to appropriate it, but then their board will also appropriate it. And that's the same with a lot of things that we do that are grants or interlocals, where then there's an appropriate body that will also approve the expenditure once it comes through.
Thank you.
Additional council member questions at this time? Okay, with that, we can go to the public for any comment. I see maybe one or two here in chambers who would like to comment. Please go ahead and come to the podium and state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes to comment. And a reminder to the folks on Zoom, you can also comment if you would like. Please use the raise your hand feature, and Deputy Attorney Kulak will help you be able to unmute and comment after our folks in the chambers do so.
Thanks. My name is Greg Alexander. 4 years ago, Economic and Sustainable Development came to this body and advocated for spending $12 million on a parking garage for the trades district. This body was skeptical, but ESD made the hard sell and they eventually prevailed. And now that money has been spent and that garage has been built. God, I wish we could be that effective at building sidewalks. Anyways, I went and counted it on a random Wednesday a month ago at 3 p.m. and I found 28 cars. $12 million parking garage, enough space for 344 cars, and it's housing 28. I understand the mistakes are inevitable. Not every project is going to be a success. I understand that the trades district may yet grow to fill that garage, but the garage has been open for more than a year already. We are already incurring routine maintenance and administrative costs in addition to servicing the bond. And there's simply no demand for it. ESD told this body that it would be paid for with user fees, but it's sitting empty. ESD was tasked with making the trades district into a success. They had to figure out what Bloomington can do to set itself apart. And the biggest answer they came to, the one that's so important, they asked for $12 million from the taxpayers. The thing that really set Bloomington apart from the competition, their answer, a parking garage. Ugh. This result was foreseeable. They ignored the planning and goal statements this body has passed. They didn't take advantage of expertise within the planning and transportation department. It's no secret that parking garages are awful economic development tools. Any garage is inevitably a monument to unsustainability, and yet ESD went to the mat for this massive investment in car commuting. This department has harmed this city. They made a big bet on parking. We, the people, are now stuck with the bill. All that for only 28 cars. 28 cars. Geesh. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Yes, please go ahead.
Evening, council members. My name is Joseph Winia. I am co-chair of the Commission on Sustainability, and I also chair the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Monroe County Solid Waste Management District. I would like to express my gratitude to the city for the allocations that are designated to sustainability and climate action. In particular, I appreciate the follow-through on the action items specified in the adopted plans. And I strongly agree with the statement with the strategy of, quote, focusing on high impact sustainability and climate strategies from the sustainability and climate action plans as stated in ESD's budget memo in the packet. I hope going forward that we can also bring a focus to energy, material, and waste reduction efforts, and that we can work towards an economic solution that does not depend on endless growth. I do appreciate the city's ongoing efforts and will continue to do my personal best to help us progress towards a more sustainable community, planet, and planet as quickly and effectively as we are able. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Winia. Do we have any commenters on Zoom?
At this time, no one has their hand raised. If you are on Zoom, you have to go into your reactions button to find the hand raised button.
Sorry, Deputy Attorney Kulak, did you say no one has their hand raised or one has their hand raised?
I'm sorry, I said no one has.
No
their
one,
hand
got it.
raised. My apologies.
Thank you. Well, it looks like we have no online commenters then for the ESD budget. With that, we'll return to the council members for any additional questions or comment. Councilmember Rosenberger.
Thank you. I had a question about, thank you for that presentation. I had a question about the lot that you are planning on selling in the trades district. Is that very general right now, or do you know exactly where that lot is?
Well, we have a number of parties we're working with right now who are interested in different lots. The short answer is we know that they have a preference. We are not sure necessarily if that preference and if the overall strategy is going to align well, or whether we can ease them into a different preference. But the reference to the sale of the lot in the presentation is sort of a generic, right? It's just to start to move the property.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think this would happen, but it wouldn't be a parking garage, right?
A parking garage?
Right. I mean, I don't think anyone would be building another one when one is not really being used, but I just want to just
No.
asking that we won't have another parking garage.
None
over
of
there.
them is interested in that. And in fact, we're really trying to encourage people who are interested in, developing in there to not have parking and leverage the parking that's available. Then that it was built for that purpose, really, to attract and then consolidate parking as opposed to have it distributed throughout the district.
Got it. And just on that again it's zoned, I would assume, for, I don't know the zoning over there, but can it be mixed use? Can people live in
Yeah.
that district?
And in fact, that's part of the strategy that we're pursuing. Nobody wants a corporate park that goes dead at night, right? So to make sure that doesn't happen, you want a good mix of, we have been very focused on office space because, and in particular attracting innovation and that's on sort of, as you know, the pandemic really, as I said, kind of knocked the legs out from that market. So it does have a skew towards office space, but it does have accommodations for not small amounts of housing, as well as, active street level retail. So that's the vision for it, to kind of turn it into a very lively part of the city and a neighborhood.
That's exciting. The last part of that, would you also then be encouraging a percentage of housing being affordable for those developments? Okay.
Yeah. And one of the nice things, that applies also to Hopewell is when you actually own the land, you have much more control on the outcome than when you're just kind of hoping your zoning or whatever incentives can try to guide an outcome. In this case, because the redevelopment commission owns the land, we have a tremendous amount of leverage on that. And yes, affordable housing, as you may know, the housing that's on the west side of Rogers is affordable housing. We would want to see workforce and affordable housing in the trades district as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes. I wanted to know how much are the licensing fees for the electric scooter companies, and how is this money spent?
So the licensing, so there are two types of fees that they pay us. And to be clear, our department is the department that invoices and collects, but does not retain the revenues. So the two fees are the one-time application fee, sort of annual license fee, if you will, of $10,000 per company. And then there is a per ride fee that is essentially calculated every month at the end of the month, retroactively, to look at how many rides have occurred. Those are self-reported, but we do have access to portals that we can look at. And then that's 15 cents per ride, again, retroactive to the preceding month. So once a month, more recently, although we had been doing it quarterly, we would consolidate the ride totals for the periods that we wanted to bill for, apply the 15 cents against them, issue the invoice. Monies come back in, and we turn that over to the controller's office. So those monies have exceeded $200,000 and through the period that we've been tracking it, which I think started in late 2018. There have been about 1.1 million rides, I think, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that range. And the 200,000 includes both per ride and the application fees. And then the monies, I think, have been sitting there, and that money, that funding, is what Director Wason is going to leverage as we want to start doing some of the changes that have been detailed, I think, in the mayor's memo or some to try to help on some of the parking issues that we've seen out there.
All right. So thank you. That's very interesting. So the money that comes in does not stay in your department. It goes to the controller and is used elsewhere.
Yeah. So we track it into the payable process and then we turn it over.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, I had an additional question about, and I can't remember the amount that's devoted to this, out of the 1.6 approximately million that is from the ED Lit revenue specific to the climate action plan. Some is allocated for ecosystem and green space investments. What is that amount? And specifically, what will that be used for?
So I will happy to share detail. So, what I've given you is sort of category totals, and underlying those are individual line items underneath that. But I can tell you for that particular, sorry, I'm just calling it up here. So there's 75,000 for forestry for trees. And and I think that is the total that was set aside in the ecosystem category.
Okay, so it's trees for the forestry for what now?
Yeah, it's essentially, I think the
For
program
forestry.
design is really to help with collaboration with Canopy and to sort of augment some of the urban forestry activities that are going on.
Okay, why is it in your budget and not Parks and Rec?
We're doing a lot of, we, Parks and Rec, I'm sure, has monies also set aside for that. One of the things that came up in my discussion with Councilmember Piedmont Smith is, for example, like our retiring of as a city of two-stroke engines and city operations. We will have portions of our budget sometimes locked in to help augment efforts that are already happening in a department, right? So for example, in that case, Parks Department, and they may talk to you about it, has money set aside to do some amount of electrification. We would augment it. This would be the same kind of scenario. Parks will certainly have money associated with this, although, Director McDevitt will have to speak to that. We have augmented monies. So that's what you'll see happening often in our budgets, especially in regards to sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up a little bit on scooters. It is actually one of my biggest issues at the moment, given a lot of constituent feedback that we're getting. Thanks to your answer to Councilperson Piedmont's question, we are making quite a bit of money from the licensing from these companies. But I think we also have an obligation to make sure that our sidewalks, particularly in our more congested areas in our downtown, are policed and properly enforced. And I'm just wondering, is it time to crack down a little bit on our regulations on how those are parked, where they are able to be parked? And I know we want point-to-point transit. It's part of the TDM. It's part of our strategy to get people out of cars. But it's causing some problems, and I'm starting to feel pressure to tighten up the reins. How can we do that and help, make these scooter companies good citizens of our downtown? Because the sidewalks have got to be accessible to people who are walking, people who are, have accessibility issues. So this is something I hear probably more frequently than almost anything in Councilmember Rallo and mine's constituent meetings. So they're kind of coming after us to put some pressure on you. So and not just you, I know it's other departments, but what is our strategy to make sure these scooter companies are good citizens of our downtown?
Yeah, well, let me start by saying I totally agree with you, right? There are three groups of people in my mind. There's the people who don't ride scooters. They're the people who ride scooters and don't care where scooters are parked. And then there's the group in the middle, which I'm part of, which is I ride scooters, and I'm really annoyed when I see a scooter that's parked in a bad, it's like, why would you, what's going on there, right? So I totally understand and totally agree with you that there are issues out there. How widespread, I think, may be open for debate, but they're certainly out there. I see them all the time. I walk the street, if I see a scooter down, I'll just pick it up and put it aside, but it's it shouldn't be there to begin with, right? So, I think anything's on the table as far as I'm concerned. And I think we need to be holding, whether it's scooter companies or individual riders accountable, while at the same time, I think we should just tactically be fixing the problems before anybody, before there are problems. So I think the initial step is really to address that latter thing, which is if you just have some people out there, and if it's going to be something that we need the scooter companies to pay for, then we should. But have people out there that are sort of performing triage on the problem, so the problem kind of isn't as widespread. Because part of the problem is, and I'll go back to Councilmember Flaherty's anecdote from the other day, where we think of something like a parking corral as being the almighty solution, right? He described a situation where he actually had to go find one, but he did, and he parked at it, which he was supposed to do, and came back. Well, in speaking with the scooter companies, which I do fairly regularly, they have a different anecdote, which is that a student will drive I don't want to pick on students, but a student will drive a scooter up to the outside of the classroom, and they will, it will not be a parking corral. It will not be a bike rack. It will be an illegally parked scooter, and therefore cannot stop their ride, right? They can't actually turn it off. They can't stop accruing cost. So they don't, and they just leave it there, and the credit card gets charged and they go to school and whatever, right? So there is a level of behavior and kind of recklessness and sort of lack of that I'm not applying to all students by any means, but there is a, I think we all have an understanding, hopefully, that there is no magic bullet. We probably need to do 2 or 3 things. Corrals on their own will not help. Cleanup on its own will not help. Behavior that is punitive to riders on its own will not help. Punitive behavior to the companies on its own won't help. But together, I think we actually, if we can apply them, as a group of actions, then I think we'll probably see some movement.
Or may I add a fourth, and I know I'm at my time, legislation to restrict where they go if we can't control 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, for example, if you didn't want them in the downtown, you could do that too. Yeah, or you can use this geocoding functionality that actually sets the corrals up to allow them to be on the 7 line, but not on Kirkwood, right? Plus or minus, it's not a perfect science. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different tools. We have attempted, I think what's going on in part with the data that I've seen is, first of all, remember, scooters were basically not here for 2 years, right? There were some that were out there, but it was, most of the companies have pulled the majority of their fleets away and just put them in a warehouse and waited out the pandemic. So what we're seeing is shocking to the system, in part because it's so different than what we've been used to seeing. And I think that some of that is what is happening, but I do think that there's an ongoing problem. And I think that the plan that Director Wason's proposing and all of us, worked on together, I think is a good start, but I don't think it's the end of it.
Thank you. More follow-up later.
Okay.
Any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Sims?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Crowley. And I do agree it is a shock to our system with the scooters. However, the shock comes in waves of 7,000 or 8,000 every year. And at the beginning, when we did all these scooters, they had this launch where they were giving out helmets and training and all that stuff. But I don't see that that's happened since. And would you agree that's part of the educational part that I've heard mentioned a couple times? Yeah, it's a problem and we have to deal with it. But me as a council person, I don't want to sit here and put that all in our lap. It's them that's making the money. It's them that we made the agreement with.
Yeah.
So pressure need to be put on them to clean up what it is, the problem.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. We actually did have educational sessions during the pandemic on Zoom. You can imagine how wildly popular they were. But there is a fair amount of communication that they have with their riders. So there is ongoing communication. Obviously, it's not having the entirely, the total effect that we want it to have, and it certainly can be improved. I do see it as a responsibility of the scooter companies, and I think that I should say that they have been very responsive when we've come to them with a particular issue. So we, even if it's just a kind of tactical thing. So I get an email from someone or a phone call or even from a fellow employee saying, hey, there are 25 scooters parked at the bike rack at the library. That's probably not a good idea. And I get a picture and it's a I want, what's one of the companies, I will be in touch with that company and say, stop doing that. You can't put more than 5 there or whatever, right? And they actually are very responsive on that front. So where it's harder, I think, and just kind of frankly, a challenge is how do we get riders to park correctly, right? If we could do that, then it's not problem solved, but at least it's largely significantly better than what we're seeing right now. And every year there's, a bunch of new students that come and there are a bunch of students that go. And, I got some data from IU impounds, right? They are very aggressive on campus. And just to give you a sense of like, the problems are worse at the start of the year. According to their data, they're usually in the 60 to 80 range of impounding scooters on an average academic month. They've impounded 200 in August. So it's more than 3 times the number that they ordinarily on an average basis impound. So that says to me, there's a learning curve at the start of a semester. And that's the data that supports that.
Okay, thank you. And IU has a dedicated staff that's doing that.
They
as
do.
as you're well aware. But part of your statement is that, I see it all the time. Now, I know you're just one person and you're not everywhere, but to say I see it all the time means exponentially, this is a problem. I'm out of time. Can I have one slight question?
Yes, please follow up.
I just haven't seen any budgetary designation for BEDC, the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation. Where does that support lie in the budget format?
That's in the general fund, ESD's general fund. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Additional questions, comments from council members? Councilmember Smith. Oh, sorry, and then Councilmember Rowland.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I know you get picked on about the scooters a lot, but I have to ask this question after they've been around for a while. What is the economic development benefit to have these scooters in our city? I'm mostly at a loss to figure out really what the benefit is, to our economy.
I would answer that in 2 ways. One, which was recently captured in the IU student government report that they produced and issued to their administration, advocating for the continuation of scooters on campus. And what they talked about was affordability of movement, and convenience, right? So the majority of people using scooters are likely students or that age group. So I put a certain amount of credence in that. They don't really have a vested interest, financial or any way, to either support or be against scooters. So I read that report. I was interested by that. From our perspective, I think it's that if you stand on 10th Street at 6:15, which is what I was doing the other day, coming out of a Kelly class, there are like a zillion students coming and going. Many of them are scootering. Mike, there's still a lot of people in their cars, which I find shocking, but so there's a certain amount of, I think, displacement, either from cars, possibly from buses. But I think that there's a impact to our TDM, frankly, who's getting around town how, and it relieves some of the pressure on vehicle travel. Now, there's questionable claims that scooter companies make about exactly the offset because it gets involved in like battery recharging and stuff like that. But a lot of them are actually moving to a model where they're not taking. I mean, it was terrible when they would, the scooter would be left at the end of the day. They would drive a diesel or whatever big truck up and load everything in and drive it away and charge it on a coal generated power source and then bring it back. A lot of them are moving to replaceable battery models, and so I think that does cut down on some of that kind of carbon heavy.
I have one more question in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me what the fee is for each scooter company?
That they pay us?
Yes.
They pay us $10,000 a year plus 15 cents per ride
And how many companies do we have in Bloomington?
We have 3 companies.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Boland.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Following up on Councilmember Smith's question, how much does that translate to? How much revenue is coming in from scooters altogether per year?
Well, on average, I mean, we've had about 220,000, I think, something like that since, we'll just call it the beginning of 2019. So that's 19, 20, 21 and a half, right? So call it, who wants to do the math for me?
60,000 a year.
What's that?
60,000.
60. But, you know, keeping in mind that it's hard to average out because the pandemic was right in the middle of that. So there was a significant depression of usage during that period. So I think to really have an accurate number, we have to let a run rate go for a healthy period of time.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm wondering is, secondly, where in the budget scooter numbers would show up? Because I see exactly one use of the word scooter in the entire budget book. Like where would I go to find the actual revenues? In which fund, in which line of which department?
I would have to defer. I don't know if Director Underwood or Controller Underwood is here. Is it coded in a particular way?
It goes into the general fund. The budget is an expenditure budget. We don't drill down into revenues, particularly in these presentations. We do provide that information on the state required forms, but I can find the particular line for you that would show up in our annual Cities and Towns report.
Well, which department claims the revenue?
I would have to look to see how it's coded. We don't track necessarily revenue by department. The general fund is the general fund that funds a lot of different departments. So we don't do specific income statements where it's revenue and expenditures out of that department.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me, but I've just lost my audio. So can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I missed the part. Okay, I missed the part that Mr. Underwood just said about where, but I'm more than a little surprised that there's no obvious claimant for those revenues, or that they're not broken out. And I'd like to see them broken out, be very specific, like to know, we can estimate from the revenue, and now I'm out of time. I'll just finish the sentence and I'll come back for more questions. But we can estimate from the revenue how many scooter rides are happening. So that just by itself would be a useful data point. Thank you.
If I can
Do you have
answer.
a quick response? Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, we actually track the number of rides, so we don't have to reverse engineer that number, because that's actually the number that we use to issue invoicing. So we have an understanding of that data. We also track at the department level, just as part of our own manual process, we track revenues coming in. I think what Controller Underwood was saying was that they get dumped into the general fund. But we have that data on an aggregate and ride basis.
That's great. Like I see with other departments, this is the kind of thing the kind of data that, I mean, look at the questions from the various council members. We're all interested in the question of scooters. Where is the data that tells us what's going on? I don't care if it was skewed during the pandemic. Let us see it like we see everything else. So, and again, I'll come back for more questions. Thank you for that.
Additional questions? Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you. And just, let's stay with scooters, shall we? Did I understand you correctly that the revenues we get from licensing for scooters and for just scooter rides and so forth goes to the general fund, but is used to help fund public works efforts at enforcement? Did I understand that correctly?
It is it has not yet to date, because there haven't really been specific cost-specific items that have tapped that revenue. But I think the understanding is that the plan that has been proposed for the fall as a pilot will tap that revenue, and also future plans will tap that revenue. So that's what it's intended for. It's really intended as a kind of way for us to cover our costs. So it's an appropriate way of using it.
And quite literally, what is that? What do those enforcement efforts look like? Is that hiring additional staff to walk around with scanners to actually record violations?
Yeah, I think there were several steps. One is that well, not recording. It's going to be, cleanup and take pictures and making sure that we can go back and do a better job tracking when something has been mostly anecdotal, but also cleaning up, right? So not just seeing a thing in the middle of the sidewalk, taking a picture and walking away, but actually solving the problem while you're there. So there's that. There's also corral work. So looking at putting in some parking corrals and using geocoding to be able to manage, especially high intensity areas. So that's part of the plan as well. There was something else, and I don't remember the third thing, but
We'll come back.
yeah.
And have we assessed any fines to any scooter companies at all yet?
No.
And when we do, where does that money go? Does that go into the general fund as well?
Yeah, unless it's set up differently, we would probably be the ones to, actually, I'm not sure, but I think that money would follow the other money. It could be tracked and understood to be a different pot perhaps, but yeah, it would follow into the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments from council members? Deputy Mayor Griffin, if you had a follow-up to that question, please go ahead.
As far as how we institute policing of it, we'll have Adam, when he's up here, he can explain to you a little bit more about our plans. And I know y'all received a memo as well about our plans, didn't you? Want to make sure that y'all received that, but we'll have more to come. You did? Yeah, we had a memo from the mayor that we did send you. Okay. We'll make sure it
We have
got
a mixed response via shrugs from the council members. So I'm not positive about that. Perhaps it hasn't
Sent to
made it
council
us yet.
office on Friday.
Okay,
I'm told.
thank you. We'll follow up. Any additional questions, Councilmember Rowland?
Yes, thank you. Got audio back here. I wanted to address the question, a question about the Trades District Garage. Again, if it's roughly $12.5 million capital cost, and the average lifespan of a garage is 50 years, we're looking at a cost of roughly $250,000 a year to own that garage, if I've done my math right. And if it's being used at substantially less than capacity, then it begs the question, how much are we going to write off? Because this is not a building. Parking garages are not buildings that are built to last. They're, in a way, some of our garages we had to treat like a depreciable asset. So I guess my question to you is, how do you think about the money we're basically having to write off because the garage is basically, there's no market for it until buildings are built in the Trades District? And more specifically, how many years do you expect before the Trades District will be built out so that the garage will have made sense?
I'm not sure that I'm the right person to answer your write-off question. I mean, I think there's a kind of probably controller element, and I'd be happy to follow up with him, get back to you on that. On the second front, I think there was always an anticipation that the garage would precede the demand for its capacity. And that is the nature of these new developments, where you have greenfield developments and you need to attract tenants, and those tenants are going to need parking. They need to be convinced that you're going to have parking available when they invest, either as developers or as tenants, they come to work for a company. So there's always going to be a lag. I think part of the lag that's happening right now was unforeseen at the time that we really were kicking the project off.
I know that, and I'd like to be more specific in my question. I mean, there's a reason I voted for the garage, despite my better judgment. That was the reason. What I'm asking is not, should we accept that there's going to be losses? My question is, how long are we prepared, for how many years are we prepared to write off the basically unused, like the value of the garage is in leveraging development. How many years are we going to take a loss on this garage until it's being used to its full capacity? I mean, I would like to maybe wonder if the controller could weigh in here and how we should think about that amortization.
Well, again, I think he can answer that question of amortization. I would say to you, we have a high sense of urgency to get that project back up and running. And again, it's kind of an interesting phenomenon. People are like, we were locked in our basements for 2 years, and then we come out of our basements and we expect the entire world to be ready to go. And it's not. It's the office market is going to take time. I could have the trades district develop tomorrow morning if we relaxed our expectations and standards for it and our strategy for it. That there is no lack of student housing developers that have come begging to put developments on that. So it's not, why is there no interest in the trades district? It's why is the interest from the people that we're looking for taking longer than we thought, and how patient are we willing to be? And I think that you have to take a long view of this. The trades district is going to deliver its promise. Against this promise, it's just
Mr. Crowley, I do take a long view of this. I'm asking the specific question is, how much are we spending to take that long view? How much of the value of the garage is going to depreciate because for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it wasn't maxed out? I mean, it's one thing to take a chance, it's another thing to acknowledge the cost, the real world cost of the 10, let's say it's 3-5 years of useful life of the garage that was wasted because there was no one there to use it. And that's what I'm going for, is not, because again, I voted for the garage and I'm trying not to regret it. All right. And so I like to be able to measure. I know.
And I will follow up, if I may just respond to say, we will follow up between the controller's office and our office. We will follow up on that very specific question you just asked.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, final comments from council members? Isabel Piedmont Smith, Councilmember Piedmont Smith, rather, please go ahead.
Are we on comments now?
If you would like to be, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Griffin, for reminding us that there was a mention of the scooters in the memo from the mayor that we received last Friday. And I do look forward to hearing more about the pilot enforcement program, the parking corrals, et cetera, as we get the Adam Wason show tomorrow evening with the big public works budget. However, what was really disheartening to me is that in that memo, it also says, and I quote, "Enforcement measures such as issuing fines for individual violations and impounding scooters could require significant staff time. It may be more cost-effective and efficient to recommend to the Board of Public Works an increase in the company's annual license payment and/or per-ride fees as an enforcement alternative to staff demanding enforcement measures." This, to me, is a non-starter. I mean, obviously, they are not enforcing the rules themselves. They have proven themselves incapable of doing that unless we bring the hammer down and say, look, we're going to start fining you significantly. And so I understand that there's a desired balance by the administration to say, okay, this is a good, possibly lower carbon footprint method of transportation, and we want it. It's cool and all that. But on the other hand, they have flaunted our rules and violated repeatedly. And my own attempts to get them to enforce things have come to naught. And we haven't done anything. And yet the memo says we're going to recommend an increase in the fees. Well, why don't you start fining instead? I mean, they're going to just say, oh, that's the cost of doing business. Sure, I'll give you $15,000 instead of $10,000. No, we want them to pay for every time there's a violation, else they're not going to change their behavior. And the change in rider behavior is going to come from them being banned by the scooter companies from continuing to ride. So that's what's frustrating to me. So this is council comment. I know you're both at the podium. You want to converse on this, and I'm happy to converse about it later. But that's frustrating to me. Thank you.
Additional comments from council members? Councilmember Rosenberger.
I think I gotta get in on the scooter talk. I just want to say I would say a very generalist approach, and this is not about the budget, but to obstructions to sidewalks. And I think if we're talking about scooters, we have to take a very serious look also at trash and recycling bins. Every household in my neighborhood has 2 bins, and it's a lot harder to step over. I mean, I'm an able-bodied human. It's a lot harder to get around a trash and recycling bin on a sidewalk than it is to step over a scooter. And so I think if we're finding folks for a scooter in the sidewalk, we also need to find households for trash and recycling bins not placed where they should be. There are just a lot of obstructions on sidewalks, including like tree roots, like missing links, really big cracks that we should also be taking a look at. So I just hope that what we can do here is not limit this discussion to one thing that's blocking a sidewalk.
Additional final comments from council members? Councilmember Rallo.
Oh, sure. It really does undervalue pedestrians to allow scooter companies to, or people who ride scooters to block entire sidewalks. I don't see the trash bins blocking entire sidewalks. And I suppose maybe the word could go out to sanitation workers. We could discuss this with Director Wazen tomorrow, that people placed, or the workers take care in terms of placing the bins in an appropriate place. But I've seen many examples of scooters that are just lying across entire sidewalks. And so this is really problematic for pedestrians, especially with those with disabilities. And I think that it's just mystifying to me why we can't enforce it. It seems that we do ticket cars in neighborhood parking zones, for instance, that are there inappropriately. And I'm sure that those officers are passing scooters as they're driving around. They could simply stop and take, find the scooter companies, take a picture of them and so forth. So I see it fundamentally differently, the difference between sanitation and these scooters. And frankly, I don't see any value in the scooters. I think that it's, they're built to essentially to throw away after 40 rides or something. I don't think that they really have an important contribution, but the important thing is enforcement of the code. And so I'm sure we'll continue talking about this, but again, I think if it doesn't happen, I think that the appropriate thing to do is to revoke the contract and just simply for the council to write legislation to that effect. And I'm happy to do that soon. And I think judging from this council, it would probably garner support for it. So and that would be the solution. So thanks.
Additional final comments, Councilmember Boland.
Yeah, I've been looking into the code about why we exactly allow bins on the sidewalks, and looking for what other cities do. They put their bins on the grass, or they put their bins in the street, but the bins shouldn't be on the sidewalk in the first place. But we have to have a conversation about that. More to the point of this budget, when it comes to I get a sense of, don't worry your heads about these things. We're going to take care of them. Whether it's a lack of reported data on scooters, a lack of willingness to acknowledge an investment that's gone badly, like the Trades District garage. It's one thing to have a white elephant. It's another thing to not acknowledge the white elephant. Yes, I know it's been open only over a year, but
you can see that the data shows that there's almost no demand for the trades district garage. And in general, like, I just don't like this pattern that says that seems to imply we'll take care of it, don't worry about it. Okay, if the council is asking what I'm hearing about the desire to more stringently regulate scooters ought to be a message to the administration that this is not acceptable. This kind of response is not acceptable. I think that we need to acknowledge that the cost of the trades district garage, we're losing money on it, big time. The building itself is let's call it $350,000 a year when you add interest. For how many years are we going to carry that cost? Like the administration has to be frank about the loss this represents, to acknowledge it. We all want to come up with a solution here. Again, I want to emphasize, I voted for that garage, despite my better judgment. But I will say again what I said years ago about this garage. Just try and come back and ask us for a garage for the convention center. If it's true that a convention center really needs a garage to work, I mean, I'm just going to be like, I don't believe it anymore. I certainly don't believe it. I've been adamantly against convention center garage in the first place. But now, like, show me hard data. Like, I'm just not going to believe a pitch like that anymore. So I would ask Mr. Crowley and the department to, come to data Jesus. I don't have a better phrase than that about these issues. I think they're very serious and you're risking council action. Thank you.
Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot going on in this discussion around this particular budget, isn't there? So let me try and organize these thoughts. First, I do want to acknowledge some things that I think are going very well with this department. I especially want to acknowledge outside funds brought in to do work in Bloomington. So thank you for the role you had in bringing in the outside investments through the EDA grant, through the Catalent expansion, through the federal matches for TDM that you're going to be working on. So thank you for that good work, and I do support that. That said, I do have some questions that I think are important ones. Scooter enforcement, obviously we spent a lot of time talking about that tonight. I think that's an interesting issue because on the one hand, it is tied to ESD. On the other hand, you're essentially a pass-through for these monies that come from scooter companies. So I still have some questions about that. I don't think we have hit our stride, but that's not necessarily about your budget. That's about a more systemic issue with how those funds are handled. Add to this, more relevant to the ESD budget, I would like to see more data on some of the efforts that we've already funded thus far. So in other words, in terms of workforce development and upskilling and reskilling, I'd like to see how that's actually worked out. I think we all have high hopes for it. We all believe in the importance of that kind of work. I want to see how we've done so far. So I'm actually going to be passing tonight, but I thank you for the presentation. I thank my colleagues for the very robust discussion.
Additional comments, questions? Is that a yes? Councilmember Sims, go ahead.
I'll get up and
A subtle hand movement.
yes. Just a quick comment, and thank you for the presentation again. And this council, when we were talking about the ED lit and passing it, this council asked a lot of departments such as yourself for a lot of things. And I think for the most part, we're delivering. We're still having some debate and we want some details. And I think most of them will be answered via the questions that we submit and then those responses. And I'm looking forward to seeing those. But I think we're on the right track. We do have some issues as with this robust discussion tonight. I do have some comments later, and particularly with Trades District and parking and these on down the line. But to me, that's not a budget related item as much tonight. future, I get that, the philosophy. But I took a broader view when I voted to approve that as well. And yes, we have some issues, but I also know some future plans, and hopefully it'll meet what it is that we thought it would. And I still anticipate that. So I plan to support this budget tonight. Thank you.
Just wanted to briefly note that I think the conversation around scooter licensing and revenues highlights again the need for better information on revenues as they relate to how they populate various funds, where those revenues go. We were told to look at the annual financial reports, which I've been doing. There's information that those have, which is great. There's also information that they don't really have that I would like to know. I'm not sure where to find it. It's obviously in a different form. I think we can work on a way to integrate that information in a way that better informs the types of questions council members are asking, as well as the public, about the full picture from revenue to fund to expenditure. And I think it highlights too that, there's a lot of instances where we've got a revenue stream that we don't really know anything about that goes straight to the general fund and then gets spent, wherever, and the many, the myriad places the general fund gets spent. And I'm sure there are countless examples of that where no council member could tell you like really what's going on with that at all. I think that's like not a good state of affairs for fiscal oversight and management. So that's fundamentally what I'm really trying to address when I'm talking about these revenue issues. When we tease these things out and learn about them, it enables us to make better informed judgments with respect to, are we meeting, our fiscal responsibility and goals, or your responsibilities to constituents, and also the stated goals that we have as a community. I feel like sometimes our spending is out of step with, our stated values and goals. And I think, transportation spending is one area, there's a disproportionate level going to certain modes and not others, and that sort of thing. When we know these things, we could take action with either through, affecting the budget process or through legislative action. We could designate in Bloomington Municipal Code that scooter licensing fees and revenues go directly into a specific fund for a specific purpose. We could do that. We could do that with many other types of revenue as well. But we have to know the information first, and that's what has been frustratingly difficult to get in some respects. So just wanted to highlight that issue because I think it's undercutting kind of the whole budget discussion so far for me this year. And that's it for me. Any other final comments from council members? With that, if there's no objection, we can go ahead and call the roll on a do pass recommendation for the Economic and Sustainable Development Department budget.
Does a motion need to be made?
No, by unanimous consent. I'm just asking for the question. Thank you, Deputy Clerk Stoll.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Gambalori,
Pass.
Sandberg,
Pass.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty, Smith,
Pass.
Piedmont Smith,
Pass.
Rosenbarger,
Pass.
Bolin,
No.
Thank you. That vote is 2-1-6. Thank you again, Mr. Carley and ESD staff. With that, we can move on to our next departmental budget presentation, which is the Community and Family Resources Department. And we will welcome Ms. Calendar Anderson to the podium to present.
Good evening, council members. My name is Beverly Calendar Anderson, and I'm the Director of the Community and Family Resources Department. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the department's 2023 budget request this evening. I also want to thank the Controller's Office and the Mayor's Office for all of their support putting this together, especially Cheryl Gilliland in the Controller's Office. The Community and Family Resources Department helps to improve the quality of life in Bloomington by coordinating programs and services designed to strengthen community engagement and to increase the overall community capacity to address social issues, promoting volunteerism, enhancing community wellness, coordinating public safety education initiatives, and addressing issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion are a few of the ways CFRD staff work to promote and enhance quality of life for all Bloomington residents and visitors, and help to build a strong and vital community. CFRD operates with 9 full-time employees and currently 3 interns. Our divisions include the Bloomington Volunteer Network, which is currently staffed by Interim Director Michelle Moss, who assumed that role when longtime Director Lucy Shake resigned earlier this year. Our Latino outreach programs are coordinated by Josefa Madrigal. The Safe and Civil City program functions under the direction of Shatoya Moss, and the After Hours Ambassador program is coordinated by Charles Culp. The department provides support to 6 commissions, the Council for Community Accessibility, the Monroe County Domestic Violence Coalition, and the Future of Policing Task Force. Michael Shermas and Marissa Parr Scott, along with those previously mentioned, serve as liaisons to those commissions, councils, and coalitions. Our department is rounded out by Aubrey Cedar, who serves as the Office Manager Program Assistant and helps keep us organized and supports a variety of departmental programs along with our 3 interns. In addition to the work of the divisions mentioned in the past 12 months, CFRD has given leadership to anti-racism, equity, and inclusion initiatives, shelter and housing insecurity working groups, Helping Bloomington Monroe, the community's online resource hub, and the Future of Policing Task Force. We have planned and implemented over 39 programs and coordinated the selection and presentation of 22 awards for outstanding community engagement. These programs and awards are made possible through the support of corporate sponsors and donations exceeding $128,000, for which we are grateful. The CFRD staff never ceases to amaze me with their creativity and flexibility, and I want to take this public opportunity to thank them for going above and beyond every day to make sure programs and initiatives are educational, inspirational, and meaningful. CFRD began 2022 with 42 budget goals. I will highlight just a few of those here, and the remainder you can read about in your packets. In the area of engagement, we promoted and increased usage of Helping Bloomington Monroe by offering monthly HBM 101 sessions for helpers, including 2 Spanish language sessions and sessions that were tailored specifically for city staff. While I'm on the topic of Helping Bloomington Monroe, I want to note that although the number of overall searches decreased in the year ending January 31st, 2022, sort of following the pandemic, but we're still in the pandemic, the top 3 search categories remain the same. They are housing, food, and healthcare. Also in the area of engagement, the Commission on the Status of Children and Youth completed phase 1 of the Youth Participatory Budgeting Project with the installation of 3 drinking fountains in Bryan Waldron Hill and Buzzkirk and RCA Parks. And while we're speaking of commissions, the Commission on the Status of Black Males hosted a virtual Black Male Summit for middle and high school males with 95 participants. The sessions included sports and career success, mental health and mindfulness, and masculinity and sexuality. In the area of diversity, we served on the planning team for the anti-racism training for all city elected officials and department heads that HR Director Shaw spoke about on Monday. The planning team was instrumental in interviewing consultants and selecting the training group, as well as coordinating monthly training sessions and personalized consultant sessions, which will continue through the fall. The department coordinated multi-generational events for Black History and Latinx Heritage Months, including the Black History Month Essay Contest, Health Fair, and Vaccine Clinic, the virtual Black History Month Gala, Fiesta del Otoño, which focused on the tradition of the quinceañera, movies in the park, and a bilingual Latin percussion and Venezuelan maracas workshop. In the area of safety, civility, and justice, we're providing ongoing support for the Future of Policing Task Force. The task force completed and submitted its initial report and recommendations in April 2022. Members continue to research innovative and creative initiatives in law enforcement nationwide. We administered the downtown outreach grants in the amount of $250,000 to 9 local nonprofits working with Bloomington's unhoused residents or those in danger of becoming homeless. Now I'll move on to CFRD's 2023 budget goals. And for the sake of time, I won't be sharing every departmental goal, which appears in your packet, but we'll highlight a few. In the area of engagement, our goals are to stand up to public access, to increase the public's access to Bloomington Monroe, helping Bloomington Monroe by standing up 2 dedicated kiosks in high usage agencies. We'll celebrate community engagement with the annual Be More Awards, increasing nominations by 10% to at least 77. We'll pilot a downtown ambassador corps to assist the after hours ambassador by employing 2 residents with lived experience on a part-time basis to help monitor various sectors of the downtown for cleanliness, noise, and persons in need, and to provide hospitality, such as giving directions to local venues during large events. We'll coordinate and monitor the $250,000 downtown outreach grant to fund a minimum of 9 projects that will improve the human condition of Bloomington residents who are unhoused or at risk of homelessness. And along with the Economic and Sustainable Development Department and Parks and Recreation, we'll coordinate the Blackie Brown Arts Festival to highlight the works of a minimum of 20 artists of color in the visual and performing arts. One of our new initiatives is that our Latino outreach program is in the process of becoming a certified acceptance agent. And that's a location where individuals seeking an individual taxpayer identification number, or an ITIN, can submit their application and paperwork, have it validated, and then submit it to the Internal Revenue. Having this function locally within the department increases accessibility for residents seeking an ITIN. It will eliminate residents being separated from their important paperwork, and also eliminates the likelihood of that paperwork being lost in the postal system. So as you know, boards and commissions enable residents to participate in the government process and perform a vital role in making democracy work at a local level. The 6 commissions, along with the council's coalitions and task forces CFRD support, all work very hard, and most have a signature program. A few of the upcoming commission initiatives include the Commission on Aging. They will be developing a pocket-sized resource guide for residents 50 and over, and 50 and over are seniors, in case you didn't know. The Martin Luther King Birthday Celebration Commission will coordinate an arts history event for MLK Remembrance Day in April of '23. And the Commission on Hispanic and Latino Affairs will assist with the recruitment of volunteers and provide income tax preparation assistance to Spanish-speaking residents. We'll increase the number of returns completed by 40%. As Corporate Counsel Beth Kate mentioned during her presentation earlier this week, we've also been in discussion about transferring the non-legal functions of the Human Rights Commission to CFRD at the end of the year. Those discussions are ongoing. We've requested funding from Phase 3 of the American Rescue Plan Act in order to invest $125,000 into local neighborhoods through violence prevention grants, providing operational assistance to help prevent, interrupt, or reduce violence through evidence-based services offered by grassroots organizations, neighborhood associations, or other community-based organizations. We'll also use this funding to coordinate QPR and mental health first aid trainings for 100 people, including our nonprofit partners and frontline city staff. These trainings will be provided free of charge. QPR stands for Question, Persuade, and Refer. These are 3 steps anyone can learn to prevent suicide. And the goal of the mental health first aid course is to learn the risk factors and warning signs for mental health and substance misuse. They also teach strategies for how to help someone in both crisis and non-crisis situations, and where to turn for help. So earlier this year, when the ED Lit was passed, it was said that those funds will allow the city to address future critical needs and meet fundamental obligations to residents. CFRD will administer $1 million of the ED Lit that has been set aside to help ease the burden this tax increase will have on working individuals and families. And so now for our budget highlights. The Community and Family Resources Department budget is $2,209,712. This is an increase of $975,626. Significant changes include Category 1, where our personnel request And that number is not right. But anyway, our personnel request is $879,646, which is an increase of $94,018. And this reflects a 5% cost of living increase for non-union staff and the funding of a new program specialist position. In category 3, our request is $1,320,548, or an increase of $879,808. And that increase is from the ED Lit for the Economic Equity Fund and increases in instruction dues and subscriptions and the grants line. In 2023, Community and Family Resources Department total budget request is $2,209,712, as I stated earlier. And the next slide will show the budget by fund where the various numbers are coming from that make up that $2,209,000. So the 2023 Community Family Resources budget reflects increases that align with our stated goals of providing opportunities for engagement, promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, creating a community environment on a foundation of safety, civility, and justice, and providing support to commissions, boards, and councils. Thank you for your past support of CFRD programs and initiatives, and for your consideration of our 2023 budget request. And I'd be happy to entertain comments or answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Calendar Anderson. And thank you to you and CFRD staff for your work. Do we have any councilmember questions to kick us off? Councilmember Scamolari, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. At what level are we supporting the Stride Center? Oh, gosh. I think it's 50,000, but I'm sorry. Is it 50? Okay, yeah, $50,000. And how does that compare to other local partners who are also supporting it? So different partners are supported in different ways. And so some get grant funding. This is not necessarily a grant fund. This is something that we committed to when the Stride Center first opened. I think we're also helping to fund the Housing Security Network with probably more than that. But we can get a breakdown of that. But
okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
All right.
And also, thank you for, in the documents you shared for mentioning the Economic Equity Fund that comes with the ED Lit revenue. Can you share whatever you can about how that will be administered and how decisions are going to be made?
Yeah.
For that
so we have an internal group that has been meeting about that and trying to figure out how we're going to do it. We hope to work with nonprofit partners in the community that are already working with families and individuals that would be eligible for these funds. And we're just looking at the various various areas where we would award that funding. So we're probably looking to limit it to about $500 per family or individual in different areas. Yeah.
And are you able to share which nonprofits are helping inform those decisions?
So we haven't spoken to them yet, so I don't want to say names out loud. So we're still meeting internally, trying to figure out which ones would be the most appropriate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. My question has to do with the violence prevention grants. Can you give a little more guideline as to what exactly that evidence-based those prevention services look like and how that will be recommended to the various neighborhood associations and folks that'll be executing those?
So again, because this is in the budget and the funding hasn't been approved yet, we haven't carried out, a total plan for it. But as we are doing with the Future Policing Task Force, we're looking at programs from around the country and what's been working in other communities, not just in the Midwest, not just in Indiana, but all around the country. There are different programs that have been working. We've seen programs that are utilizing trusted members of communities, to just help work with them to lower violence in communities. And we realize that every community or every neighborhood is different. And so what might work in Bryant Park may not work in McDowell, may not work in Peppergrass, may not work in, you know, some of the others. And so that's why we want to work with people specifically in those neighborhoods to come up with those programs.
So things like neighborhood watches, you know, kind of the.
It could be
typical things that
neighborhood
they-
watch, it could be a youth, violence prevention program. It could be almost anything that, someone in the community thinks would work. And then we have evidence that it has worked before. So, thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Calendar Anderson. So the $250,000 from the parking meter fund, is that what's then used for the community downtown outreach?
Yes, it
grants?
is.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about the new position that's proposed, the program specialist position?
So we're looking at a program specialist position that basically will do some of the work with the nonprofits that are working with housing issues, homelessness issues, other services to low income residents. And what it will do, and I heard Director Zodi say the same thing earlier, that it will allow him some free time to do some other things. And that's exactly what this will do, is that it will allow some of what I've been doing to be done by someone else, and for me to do some things that have been neglected.
So would this be somebody who kind of specializes on helping the unhoused in our community, or?
Not necessarily the unhoused, but at least lower income residents in the community.
Okay.
So it's not specifically unhoused, but that will involve unhoused or those in risk of becoming homeless or, yeah.
And will that be at the same level as your other program coordinators?
It will. It's a Category 7 position.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Boland.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith asked my question. I just wanted to ask Beverly Calendar Anderson who she's calling a senior. Because I'm not there yet. Thank you.
Additional council member questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Director Calendar Anderson. We were told in the previous presentation by Director Alex Crowley that funds related to local food were now transferred to your department. And I wondered about the amount and what that would be used for and so forth. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, I am going to, I believe it's 47,000, but I'm going to refer that to Controller Underwood to see if I've got that right, because I don't want to give you wrong information, but I believe it's $47,000. And I'm not sure if he's there. Well, if he's not there, we'll figure it out. And what it will be used for is working on food insecurity. There are places where, there are some food deserts in the community, and trying to get fresh food or just nutritious food to those places, and probably working with some other entities in the community to leverage those funds, because that's not a whole lot.
Yeah, that's probably not enough, but it's important work. I see that Controller Underwood is there, so he can verify that.
Yes, the amount out of the ED Lit is 46,500.
So close.
Okay, and will that be used, will that be used for personnel, or will it be used for an actual?
It'll be used for programming.
For the program
Not for
itself?
personnel.
Okay, so a member of your staff will administer it, and the funds will be used potentially for food purchase or how trying to envision.
So it could.
Evaluating food deserts is an important part.
Yeah.
Right.
So part of it, and that will be part of it. Part of it will be finding out where the need is and looking at that evaluation. We've talked to some folks from IU already and started to sort of think about how we're going to put that together. We've talked to Bloomington Health Foundation. So we're looking at various entities. And like I said, 46.5. is not a lot of money. And so if we can leverage that with some other funding from some outside sources, it could be any number of projects. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's important work, so that's good.
Mhm.
But yeah, more would be needed, it seems to me. Thank you for that information.
Any additional council member questions at this time? Seeing none, we can go to the public for comment on the Community and Family Resources Departmental budget. If anyone in the chambers would like to comment, please approach the podium. And if anybody watching on Zoom would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature. If you're dialing in, you can dial *9 to request to speak, or if you're having trouble with these options, feel free to message the meeting host in the chat function to let them know. We have a member of the public at the podium. If you please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Greg Alexander. This isn't really related to community and family resources. I'm sorry about that, but I was really surprised. This is the first time I've seen an indication of where parking meter revenue goes. I had the impression that never made it outside of the parking department, that it was the meter revenue was being used to subsidize the losses in in our parking garages. And boy, are there losses. The 4th Street garage was already over designed by size or oversized by design. But since COVID, all the garages are way, way down in revenue. So I just wanted to say how much I would love to know what budget is covering those losses if the parking meters aren't. And I apologize if I could have found that information, but I failed to. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone joining us online who would like to comment? Deputy Attorney Kulak.
So yes, I have Sam Dove who wanted to have me read out loud his comment. His comment is, why street sign change on block in city? And then I don't believe I see any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Dove, for your comment. Give it a few more seconds. If anyone has desire to comment, please raise your hand in Zoom.
Seeing no takers.
Thank you.
Oh, wait,
With that,
there was one, right as I said that. R. Miller, I will ask to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
a bit
Barely.
faint, but yes.
Okay, my mic just might not be working very well. Renee Miller, I was just curious, I didn't hear anything from Director Calendar Anderson about the effects of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and how that might affect her budget. But I can tell you that the need will be greater. So I hope that everybody supports her budget request. We're already seeing quite a few agencies, local agencies.
Renee Miller, if there's any way to speak up a little bit more, that would be beneficial. We're having a hard time hearing you here in the chambers. And or if the folks helping to run the audio, if there's a way to turn the volume up, that would be helpful.
Hear me better now?
Yes, that's a little better. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yes, please be sure to speak up. I think we can get that out now.
I just didn't hear anything about the overturning of Roe v. Wade having any effects on the budget for the director. And I know that we're seeing an increased need locally. So I hope that everyone supports her budget, and she's going to need more money. And we all are as we see the effects and needs increase. So thank you. And sorry for the mic issues.
That's okay. Thank you for your comment. We got that in the second go around. Any additional public comment from folks joining us on Zoom?
No other hands raised.
Go around was much better.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll return to the council for any additional questions, or if folks are ready for final comment on the CFRD budget. Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, just to say that I think that I appreciate the work that your department's doing a great deal. But I've been passing on departmental budgets, although I support many because their work because I'm concerned that we're not keeping pace with the cost of living increases. I said that at the onset of the budget hearings. That is for non-union employees reflected in the base pay. I recognize that this is a very large budget comparatively. We're spending it on a lot of new programs, and it's not that I don't support those programs, but I'm very concerned about staff compensation. And I'm also, as Councilmember Piedmont Smith described the other evening, I'm also concerned about what sort of placeholder I should have in mind for AFSCME workers, which still have an unresolved contract, and perhaps it will be resolved by the time that we decide on this budget in October. And I also have concerns about police compensation, which I made clear the other night about the problems related to recruitment and retention. So those are the main reasons that I've been passing, and I just want to say that again, in case people wonder why, because there are some very good things that city departments are doing. And so my pass is not a necessary reflection on their work. So just for that clarity, thanks.
Additional comments? Council members? Councilmember Sims?
Thank you. I definitely will be supporting this budget. But throughout the city, and I can say this about a lot of different departments, on the positive effects that they're having in the community from the standpoint of inclusion, some equity, and definitely some diversity. But through CFRD, Safe and Civil City Office, the boards and commissions, we can truly see and show that this is a forward-thinking, progressive department that actually lives, actually acts at being inclusive and sharing this city to all across the town. So I'm very thankful for that. Thank you and your staff. I just really wanted to acknowledge that. And again, not to neglect any other departments. They all have certain parts that contribute to everything in our quality of life, quality of service in the city. But CFRD has done a ton. And I participate a lot. I was out of town, so I missed the Fairview School. Welcome back the kids. But these are the type of programs. I used to chair commission on the status of Black males years ago. So these are outreach ways that we can actually touch people that are not necessarily going to come to these council chambers and, make comments. So kudos to you and your staff. Thank you. I will support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Additional council member comments? I just wanted to briefly note that I'll be voting no tonight, just because I still have some outstanding questions with respect to the requested appropriation for the parking meter fund, and some of the BMC and statutory requirements around that. So I just wanted to follow up on those and wanted to share that reasoning with my vote tonight. And with that, unless there's additional comments, I think we're ready to call the question on a due pass recommendation. If the deputy clerk could please call the roll.
Councilmember Scambolery,
Yes.
Danberg,
Yes.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Pass.
Bolin,
Pass.
Sims.
Yes.
And that recommendation passes with a vote of 5-1-3. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you all.
Calendar Anderson and CFRD staff for all your work in the presentation this evening. And next, we will welcome our final departmental budget presentation of the evening, Parks and Recreation Department. Director McDevitt, please proceed when you're ready.
Good evening. I'm Paula McDevitt, and I am the Director of the Parks and Recreation Department. I'm pleased to be here this evening to present the Parks and Recreation 2023 General Fund Budget Request. Before we get started, I would like to introduce the three division directors that are joining us this evening. We have Becky Higgins, our Recreation Services Division Director, and Tim Street, our Operations and Development Division Director, and Satoshi Kido, our Sports Division Director and the newest member of our team. I would also like to thank the staff in the Office of the Mayor and the Controller's Office and Controller Underwood for their support during the budget preparation. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank all the staff in the Parks Department who all played a role in setting the goals that I'll be sharing with you this evening in our budget request. The Parks and Recreation full-time staff gather every November at a staff retreat, and this past November, we worked on a new mission statement and value list. The Board of Park Commissioners approved the mission and values this past February, and this graphic is used on signage, on banners, meeting agendas, and note cards to guide the work we do every day for the Bloomington community. This infographic is a quick snapshot to highlight the assets that we are responsible for, number of employees, and number of programs, services, and events. The Bloomington Parks and Recreation Department has been nationally accredited since 2001, and we repeat that process every 5 years. Our last reaccreditation occurred in 2021, where we received a perfect score on all 154 accreditation standards. In addition, we are a two-time national gold medal winning department. We won for the first time in 2007 and repeated again in 2018 for excellence in park and recreation management. Every 5 years, the department completes a master planning process. We completed the process in 2020 for the 5 years that we are currently in. This process includes a citizen survey, stakeholder meetings, focus groups, and a complete analysis of all of our properties and program service areas. This slide indicates the top most important issues for the department to focus on in the next 5 years. The master plan was reviewed and approved by the Board of Park Commissioners in February of 2021. These 4 goals represent framework for the next 5 years. Each goal has a set of strategies that the staff use to formulate a 5-year strategic action plan. The strategic action plan is also reviewed and approved by the Board of Park Commissioners as part of an accreditation standard. The strategic action plan is what we use to set our annual budget goals. Also at our staff retreat in November, the staff organized into 5 action teams to improve teamwork, improve communication, and achieve goals. Some results since the creation of these action teams include a monthly staff newsletter, improvements to our online seasonal application and hiring paperwork, facility survey to create a centralized metric tracking spreadsheet for energy efficiency improvements, and a training on a super grid scheduling module. We have, however, had some challenges this year in our current budget, and this is outlined on this slide. We've seen an increase in cost of supplies, services, and supply chain delays, which have delayed some projects that we planned for this year. We have also had challenges in recruiting and hiring seasonal staff and vandalism and incidents in parks. However, there are many benefits to enjoying or visiting a park or walking on a trail. We study data through our program registration and crowd numbers at our community events and walking by tennis courts or filled pickleball courts. The 5 activities on this slide indicate areas that have grown in participation in the past 2 years. The department tracks participation in all program areas, and we are fortunate that we are seeing these numbers increase. This slide represents data during 2020 when virtually all programs were canceled and facilities were closed. In 2021, we resumed programs and opened facilities with safety protocols and are very pleased that our 22 numbers to date are seeing the numbers trend upward. The department's ongoing work to address climate change and advance sustainability are represented in the work done by all program areas. The Department Sustainability and Climate Action Team meets monthly to work on goals in the city's climate action plan specific to the department. 3 action items that they are currently working on include a green vendor list, a facility maintenance checklist for all department facilities, and the metric tracking spreadsheet that I described in the earlier slide. The department continues to the transition from gas-powered equipment to battery-operated equipment. And in the area of landscaping and urban green space, we continue our efforts to plant native tree seedlings and native plants in 13 parks. Urban forestry efforts have been concentrated on the bicentennial tree planting project with continual tree planting, pruning, and removal of hazardous trees. Solar panels have been in place at these facilities since 2018. We track and monitor the savings in all areas where solar panels are installed. Our work in diversity, equity, and inclusion includes staff training. The whole department, all of the staff completed the community bias training, and we have several staff members attending the Indiana Park and Recreation Association DEI training this year. Diversity efforts are also worked on at events. We collaborated on an International Food and Arts Festival this year. Diversity in our performing arts series artists, staff recruiting and hiring, and bilingual services. And our Instagram, if you follow us on Instagram, which I hope you do, we now include a description of the pictures that we post on Instagram. Turning some focus on projects that we are undertaking in the department. I'll start with the general obligation bond projects. We have just completed 5 years of the general obligation bond package. This was a $6.7 million bond package, and I'm happy to say that we completed 50 projects at 27 sites in the past 5 years, and 3 of those years we were also building out Switchyard Park. Parks that general obligation projects that are completed, that have been completed this year include the Bryan Park Trail, where we have done a new asphalt overlay on the loop trail. We added 2 new boardwalks, asphalt connections to the fitness station and the North Shelter, and ADA compliant crossings into the park. Next. The accessibility fishing pier and point five section of the Griffey Loop Trail was officially opened and celebrated at the 50-year anniversary of the Griffey Lake Nature Preserve this summer. And this is quickly turning into a beautiful place to watch the sunsets in Bloomington. The next project that has been completed this year is the Lower Cascade Park Phase 5 Trail and stream bank stabilization, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you all in the community to the ribbon cutting of this project on Sunday, September 18th from 1 to 4 p.m. And while you're there, you can enjoy the new tiered limestone blocks that give safe access down to the creek a little bit closer, or walk on the accessible trail that can take everyone now back to the waterfall. Enjoy a picnic on the restored limestone picnic tables, observe all the new trees that have been planted, and just enjoy our oldest park in the park system. The 2022 Park General Obligation Bond Package that was just passed this year. We have 2 projects in this package. One is the Griffey Loop Trail Dam Crossing. That is a permitted and shovel-ready project that will take people safely across the dam, connecting the north and the south ends of the loop trail. And the second project is to replace a little bit of sidewalk outside Switchyard Park along Rogers Street. Again, this project is going through the floodway permitting process, is under design, and we hope to build this in 2023. Now turning our attention to bicentennial bond projects, the Griffey Loop Trail, the next and final phase of this project will occur this year. And this will be a combination of new trail or reusing and improving existing trail to protect the shoreline and to keep hikers safe along the trail. The second project is the East-West Trail or the Power Line Trail, again, taking you back down to Switchyard Park. The trailhead will be right across from the entrance to Switchyard Park. We are currently working with Monroe County officials on an easement agreement, waiting for Duke to finish up their work along there, and we can progress with design and construction in 2023. Another gateway project area are, another bicentennial project area are two gateways. This hit a little bit of a stall during COVID, but we're back on track in schematic designs. We have two locations. One is the Arlington Bridge that is owned by the Indiana Department of Transportation. So we're a little limited there, but we would like to include some landscaping on either side of the bridge and perhaps some lettering on the bridge welcoming people to Bloomington. And the second site is on the very north end of the Miller Showers Park. And that design will include limestone features, trees, landscaping, lighting, and a sidewalk. Also in the bicentennial bond package is tree planting. We identified 270 areas for new trees in 4 neighborhood areas. And this spring, we planted 85 trees and we have 117 trees scheduled to be planted this fall. And currently staff are working to identify 90 additional replacement sites to place bicentennial trees. And the final project I'd like to highlight this evening is the goat farm that will be renamed the Rogers Family Park. In 2007, the Rogers family donated this 31-acre parcel right along the Jackson Creek Trail. We have a completed schematic design and signed contracts. We will begin construction this month. Very excited about that. And the end result will be to celebrate the quiet and natural space. We will be including a loop trail, a trail through the existing prairie, expanding native plants, installing a small shelter and repairs to the exterior of the existing barn and silo. This project also includes a public art piece. We worked in collaboration with the Bloomington Area Arts Council and selected a piece titled Fleeting by artist Jonathan Rasick. Spending just a little bit of time, we're going to kind of race through these slides on the 2022 budget goal updates. As you receive the mid-year report, the department actually has a total of 72 goals, and to date we have accomplished 17 with 51 goals in progress. I will just highlight a goal for each area because I feel it's very important that all of our staff see their work represented in these budget hearings. So in administration, we are getting very close to putting all of our seasonal employees on time track. And community relations has upgraded their QR code that now links to an audio file that can be played and used in a translation software into various languages. In the operations division, they continue their work installing LED lighting, and landscaping is busy removing invasive vegetation at various parks. That's an ongoing project. In urban forestry, they initiated a green jobs program with Canopy Bloomington, and we're looking forward to extending that partnership in 2023. And natural resources still hopes to complete a prescribed burn at Griffey Lake yet this year, but it's also weather dependent. And finally, at the cemetery, we are building a scatter garden, which is scheduled to open in 2023. In the recreation division, they are putting the final touches on their kitchen to receive a commercial kitchen license to be able to teach cooking classes, and community events along with public works completed the Bollard project out in City Hall parking lot, which is also the site of Farmers Market. At Switchyard Park, we made some drainage improvements to one of the lawns and an area near the dog park. And Inclusive Recreation is continuing to promote inclusive services to all program areas. Allison Jukebox has an HVAC system to complete yet this project to complete yet this year. And health and wellness has seen huge popularity in our drop-in fitness classes at Switchyard Park. So we had folks out there this evening, very, very popular. And in the sports division, business is really good out at the golf course. They had a goal to rent the new clubhouse 16 times, and they've already rented it 56 times. So business is good there. And Frank Southern Center is scheduled to open October 1st, and they have already exceeded their goal for participation in the first half of the season. So we're looking forward to that number going up. In aquatics, we are coming to the end of our season. This weekend will be the last weekend for operations at Bryan Park Pool. So we'll start to analyze the attendance data. And then Twin Lakes Recreation Center is seeing a nice return of its members since the pandemic, and more usage is up. In community sports services down at Twin Lakes Sports Park, they have a goal to get at least 20 tournaments in, and they're at 19. So fingers are crossed for one more to meet that goal. And at Winslow Sports Complex, we are currently repurposing field number 5 from a baseball field to natural turf for a soccer user group. Now turning our attention to the 2023 budget goals. We have 88 budget goals outlined. Some of them are in your memo, and I'll just highlight a few this evening. In administration, we'd like to take a deeper dive and look and evaluate our pool fever waiver program to make the program more equitable for all who qualify. And community relations would like to replace their really worn out, old, cumbersome sandwich boards with battery powered LED message centers. In the operations division, we would like to do a lot of repairs along the B line and also some bridge inspections and any associated results from those bridge inspection repairs. And in landscaping and urban green space, we would like to assess and design a green infrastructure erosion control plan at Park Ridge East. Urban forestry would like to complete year 1 of calorie pear replacement program by removing and replacing 50 calorie pear trees. And the natural resources would like to install solar panel system at the Griffey Lake Boathouse. Cemeteries has a very old electrical system in their maintenance shop, so they would like to replace that. In recreation, you know, when you move in a house and you live in it and you figure out what you missed, well, at Switchyard Park, we really need a dog wash station. We've heard from the users, so we would like to install a rinse water station. And Inclusive Recreation would like to create a participant reporting and tracking system for all areas in the department. At Banneker, we want to get our preschoolers back post-pandemic, and so really pushing attendance at the 3rd floor, which is just set up perfectly for preschoolers. And community events would like to install the sound equipment that we own, but we need funding to actually install it on the main stage. Also in the rec division, we would like to initiate a punch card system for the fitness classes. And at Allison Jukebox, we'd like to create a garden for our Kid City participants at the Waldron Hill Buskirk Chumley Park. In the sports division, it's all about our revenue streams. We want to increase revenue across the board here. And at the golf course, we want to see the driving range numbers increase. We'd like to see hourly rentals at the ice arena increase, and aquatics still pushing for more attendance. And at Twin Lakes Rec Center, increased facility rentals to tournament directors and event promoters. Also in the sports division, using Twin Lakes Sports Park and Winslow, we would like to book more youth tournaments, and we are currently in discussions with a few tournament directors. Looks like we have about 14 weekends already filled for next year, so pretty excited about that. So now turning to our budget request and by category. Category 1, our personnel request is $6,799,774. This is an 8% increase. This increase is in 5 new positions that we have requested. All of these positions, except for one, the 4-person and the 3 laborer positions, we have reallocated seasonal funding from this year's budget towards these full-time positions. That addresses the struggle we're having in hiring seasonal staff. So we want to go for full-time staff. Also, these areas have seen just an increase in park usage. So park maintenance tasks are up. We are working hard at Switchyard Park by having 2 4-persons there. We will be able to have 7-day-a-week coverage. And then the sports services specialist, that's actually an unfilled position we've had for a couple of years. We've done a bit of a reorganization and would like to have a sports specialist position to support Frank Southern and the 2 sports complexes. Also in category 1 is our seasonal wages. And of course, we are keeping up with the consumer price index here. So we will be paying $15.29 an hour up to $17.23 an hour for our seasonal positions. In category 2, supplies, our request is $888,785. And as I mentioned, cost of goods and supplies have gone up, and that has hit us in this category. Supplies such as agricultural supplies, chlorine, graffiti removal supplies, playground surfacing material. Fuel is in category 2, and we've been hard hit there. We'd like to purchase a new shelter for Building and Trades Park. We have a drainage project at Sherwood Oaks Park. We'd like to replace shade structures at 4 parks and some drinking fountains and some wildlife resistant waste receptacles. In category 3, our request is $3,260,046. This is a 33% increase. And our highlights in this area, against cost of services have gone up. We've seen some increase in utilities. We have startup costs at Frank Southern and close down costs. And oftentimes when you're opening a facility for the season, plumbing goes or HVAC goes. We have some older facilities, so always preparing for that. This is also where our security contract is in category 3, security contract for Switchyard Park and the Beeline Trail and 9 downtown parks. And our partnership agreement with Centerstone is also in category 3. We'd like to finish our trail branding project and install some electrical connections for hopefully funded electrical mowers that are in our budget request. Category 4, there is no budget request, so that is a decrease, a 100% decrease. But the next slide will explain why. And this is our budget request for American Rescue Plan Act funding. And this request is $1,071,100, and that is a 1% increase over our current ARPA funding. The ARPA funding in this year's budget was for revenue replacement loss from 2020. And our 2023 request is for capital projects, battery operated equipment, and battery operated vehicle purchases. One of the big items also in this is the replacement of the 5 to 12-year-old playground at Bryan Park, which is 25 years old and is in need of replacement. And also we would like to winterize the spray pad restrooms at Switchyard Park to convert them to year-round restrooms. And add an LED triple sided digital message board down at Switchyard Park and replace some garden fencing at Butler Park Gardens. So in summary, our total budget request is $12,013,705. And the next slide will split that out by category. So we have let's see, $1,771,100 in ARPA funding, $10,942,605 in the Parks General Fund, for again a total of $12,013,705. And the conclusion again, just a reminder and of our master plan goals that guides our work and guides our strategic action plan and budget goals. To take care of what we have, maintain the assets that we have, reinforce activities that promote public health, sustainability, and climate, continue to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion, and develop administrative and staffing capacities. So I'd like to thank you for your consideration and your support, always your support for our department and your support for our goals that we've outlined for you this evening, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director McDevitt. Councilman Morales, please kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Flaherty. Thank you, Director McDevitt, for your presentation. My first question is about, this should be about 6 years ongoing of deer control and monitoring in Griffey, if I'm not mistaken. And then we monitor the herbivory pressure by plant indicators there. And I wondered about the success of that. and if it's still ongoing?
Okay, great. Thank you for your question. Yes, it is still ongoing. And we have been studying this. We have a contract to study the plants and the tree seedlings and how it's going, but I can give you a quick update here.
While you're looking, you've got it, okay.
Yes. So this dates back, actually we've dates back 6 years. We've been studying it a lot longer. But in 2017, we did the sharpshooting and removed 62 deers. And then starting in 2019 through 2020, we were part of the Community Hunting Access Program that was through the Indiana Department of Natural Resources. And through that grant, we were able to hire White Buffalo, who did the sharpshooting, but that's their area of expertise. So they come down through that program and do the hunter assessment and training and assign areas. So I can tell you in total, from the past 4 years, we have removed 175 deer from that site. We continue to monitor the regeneration of the understory plants, and we do see recovery occurring, not only with the plants, but also some tree seedlings coming back. And that's an ongoing, we have a contract every year that Ecologic goes out and studies that.
Yeah, I go out there quite a bit too, and I'm familiar with forest ecology a bit, and I wondered, it looks to me like, at least in certain areas, there's a legacy effect of a decade or more of deer overabundance. And so I wondered if there was any talk about exploring the idea of doing restoration there to replace the understory. In other words, planting plants or scattering seed or something like that, that would assist that, because when you've got an empty niche, you're going to have invasives come in, right?
Mm-hmm. Great suggestion. That would be something that our landscaping urban green space, they have a very robust replanting, reforestation project that they're doing in other parks, and I will certainly pass that along to them.
Great. My time's up for now, but I have other questions later. Thanks.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. And of course, your presentations are always visually delightful. So thank you for that. It's always a pleasure to save the interesting photographs for our last presentation of the evening. My question has to do with the amount of dollars that have been spent on the security services for parks. I know that was something that was added. How this past year, we've had a real increase in vandalism. Is that kind of the
That's ongoing. We first entered into a security contract in 2021, and that was sort of reactionary because we were getting overwhelmed, and we were able to tap into some CARES funding for that. And it proved to be very, very successful with the contractor that we use. So we expanded on that this year, and we are very pleased with how that is going. Of course, it's not taking care of everything, but it is absolutely reduced the number of reports, the number of incidents, on a regular basis, because we have eyes on the park now. So they are present at Switchyard Park. People see them. It's also that sense of security. They are rotating throughout that park, talking to park visitors and that. And then this year we added to the contract security up and down the Beeline Trail. That's been very helpful. Oftentimes they are the first ones on a scene or an incident, which is helpful as well. They are present in Seminary Park and 9 parks kind of in the downtown area. They support our park maintenance staff who are in our parks daily, doing park maintenance and cleaning up. Seminary Park is a park that sees a lot of maintenance that is necessary, and the security staff are there with them. We have a really good working relationship between our staff, the security staff, and BPD. So it's a real coordinated effort, and we're very pleased. Not only are we pleased, our staff are pleased. They feel supported, and I think our community feels that we are paying attention to safety and security.
Are these 24/7 services, or is there certain times?
We have a schedule for them, but they're almost 24 hours. There's different shifts that come on, but we do have a presence from late afternoon, early evening until 1 in the morning. And then there's another shift that comes on at 5 in the morning when the parks open and stay until the afternoon. So we feel pretty good and haven't had to adjust that schedule.
We have a breakdown of costs. How much is this costing?
Yes, that's, I can get you the exact cost in the budget. Happy to do that.
Thanks.
Additional council member questions? Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Ms. McDevitt, Director McDevitt, for doing all these things. In the next year or so, what's going on as far as a new initiative that we need to know about?
Oh, gosh. Well, all of the projects that I listed, I think we're excited in all divisions. I'll say that, which is very exciting. I think our marketing and social media division is excited about the response we're getting on social media and marketing. Our recreation division is excited about the responses we're getting at community events. They still continue to be very, very popular. The sports division is re-energized with our new sports division director, which is exciting, but also changing the things we've done in the sports division to fill capacity and bring people in. And then operations, just being able to ask for funding for big projects is very, very excited. We have staff who are very passionate about the work that they do. So replacing the playground at Bryan Park is just tremendous. As I mentioned in Switchyard Park, we've lived there now for 2 years and there's a few things that we need to adjust. So I know the staff there are very excited about the opportunities. We have a trail there that people have forged behind the stage to get to the parking lot, which was an official trail. So one of our budget requests is to make that an official trails.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Additional questions? Council members? Not seeing any. Oh, Councilmember Rowland, go ahead.
Second round?
Sure.
Are we on second round?
Yep,
Okay.
go for it.
So I'm very interested in invasives control, and I'm very heartened that you're removing 50 calorie pears or Bradford pears. This has got to be a small number relative to the number of trees. I mean, there must be hundreds, maybe thousands in the community. And it's disheartening to go into the county and see them popping up everywhere, knowing that they probably originated, the propagation came from here, from street trees and so forth in the past, not under your direction of Parks and Rec. You're trying to do something about it. How much money do we devote to invasives control? Do you know?
I would have to look into the budgets and get that information to you.
Okay, because I think it's a really valuable thing that we do, and I'm very happy about the controlled burn idea. I think that's great at Griffey. Wish we could do it at Goat Farm. I don't know if it might work there. I mean, I suppose, it's closer to people's residences, so you'd need to make sure that people who were affected by asthma and things like that were notified. But I think that's a very good practice and something that could be, it's relatively cheap, and it doesn't use chemicals. So I'd be interested in that number. I think maybe we should be thinking about devoting more resources to it. I mean, I saw someone gave a presentation and it was the bee line, and it was Bradford pears all along the bee line because they mistakenly put them in. And it's just, I'm afraid people are going to look at those trees and say, oh, I want one of those. and search them out and then plant them in their yards. So even though they do terrible, they're terrible in terms of their invasive. So anyway, appreciate that information. Thank you.
Any additional second round questions? Or, sorry, Councilmember Rowland, I missed you on the first round. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I noted with interest the Mill Showers Park picture in your presentation, Ms. McDevitt. And I note that was collaboration with CBU, right?
Correct.
Did they initiate the project, or did Parks initiate that project? Like, how did that idea come about?
Let me make sure I understand your question. The idea for the park or the idea for the gateway?
Not the gateway, there's a method to my madness here, but to the park itself as a stormwater wastewater treatment facility.
Sure. Thank you. Now, that was before my time and I was Recreation Division
Sure, I
Director.
know,
but
I know.
Even I can get you the specifics, but we do have, it was a collaboration. I'm not sure who went first, but it was a collaboration. And we do have a MOU with them now, and we have divided who's responsible for what areas in that park. So that's how we manage maintenance, but I'd be happy to get you the history of how that all started.
Well, the reason I ask is because I'd like to ask the same question about to what extent you collaborate with planning and who initiates ideas because, we debated last year the question of how trails were built and are the trails being built purely for beauty purposes or for transportation purposes? Can they be both? And I guess I'd like you to talk a little bit about how you think about trails as transportation. As a parks director?
We collaborate very, very closely with engineering and planning and transportation and our department. That is one of Tim Street's, our development and operations development director's jobs. And we collaborate from when it's just an idea to contracting and design. If there is, right now we're taking a look at the Beeline Trail and some of the intersections there. And that is a collaborative effort that all three of the departments are sitting down together and working through those questions together. And I see that unfolding for future projects as well.
I don't really have time to follow up, so I'll wait till the next round, but I'd like to follow up on that question. Thank you for those answers.
Point of information. Wasn't the Miller Showers project, wasn't that kind of a requirement by either state or federal that we had to get out ahead of with certain mandates for cleaning up the water, if I recall? I mean, so it might have been CBU that.
I believe so. I mean, I know back then that
Had to
was
get
our
out in front
park
of that.
and the water was going that way. So again, I would be happy to look into the history and how that all started and what drove that.
Yeah, remediation effort that was actually driven by some new federal mandates that we had to get in front of, is my memory from a long time ago.
Any additional questions from council members before we go to the public? Seeing none, we can go to members of the public who would like to comment on the Parks and Recreation Departmental budget. If you are in chambers, please approach the podium, and any members of the public attending via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 if you've dialed in to indicate that you would like to speak. And Deputy Attorney Kulak will help administer that and allow you to unmute after we finish with comments in chambers. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Greg Alexander. When the bicentennial bonds were presented to this council in October of 2018, the written description in your packet described $1.25 million for a Griffey Loop Trail project. It said, quote, "Project would connect the North Shore to the South Shore on the west side of the lake in the vicinity of the dam." It went on to say explicitly, the additional cost of $1.5 million for a boardwalk along the causeway is not included in the bicentennial bond project funding request. In the packet, they actually underlined the words "is not included." And Councilmember Piedmont Smith even verified it during council question. She said the additional cost of $1.5 million for a boardwalk along the causeway is not included in the bicentennial bond. Is that right? Unquote. And David Williams answered, that is correct. I was actually looking forward to this project because it would have connected the Cascades Trail to Griffey Trails on the west end of the lake. And yet, by the time they spent the money, the project on the west side of the lake by the dam was eliminated. It's now funded through GO bonds. And they used the funds on the causeway instead. after saying they wouldn't. They decided they would spend the money however they wanted. They didn't have to honor the agreement with this council. That's just one example. You've already heard from me about the Cascades path, already paid for by taxpayers and then unilaterally canceled by Parks Department. And now I've learned that our engineering department has been told that Parks and Rec is exempt from both state statute and local ordinance, that they are literally above the law. It's bizarre enough that Parks is managing transportation infrastructure, but it's literally criminal that they are doing so without recognizing the absolute necessity for engineers to supervise, not coordinate, supervise transportation facilities. I'm flabbergasted by this situation. The idea of a city department so thoroughly flaunting all forms of oversight is something I just don't know how to deal with. You guys need to fix this. Your oversight is not pro forma. You represent us. You represent the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
At this point, there are no hands raised. There was an older comment about something from before, which I can send later or read out loud now, whichever is preferred.
If it's relevant to the Parks and Recreation Department, feel free to read out loud now. If not, please do send it to the council members.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, still no hands raised.
Okay. Being no one else in chambers for public comment, we will return to council for either additional questions or final comments on the Parks and Recreation budget. Councilmember Rowland, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Alexander's statement is a sentiment that I share. I would like to hear Ms. McDevitt's response to it. I'm concerned about oversight. Or perhaps Mr. Underwood can speak to it. I see him having come on.
I'll speak specifically about the use of bond funds for various projects. This issue has come up before, and I believe I've tried to make myself very clear to the public and to the council that any funds that have been spent out of bond funds have been used according to the ordinances that were approved by the city council. If there were changes to the particular projects, those were vetted with bond counsel prior to the expenditure of any funds. And we would not have spent them without the express review and approval by bond counsel that they were appropriate for that particular bond. So to say that there was any malfeasance or any other thing going on is completely incorrect. And it's unfair that those statements can be made in public without any refute back. I find it disappointing that if those kind of comments were made about council members, that there would be outrage shown. And quite frankly, we have talked about this at a number of meetings. And I want to make it clear again that the funds were spent according to the ordinances, and any changes to the project list was approved by bond counsel. On the oversight issue of engineering, I'll let Ms. McDevitt speak to that.
Before she continues, I'd like to say that this is the reason why I asked to give staff the opportunity to respond. But my question is more targeted to if the council intended to approve a project that was going to be built on the west side of the lake and it was instead built on the east side, do we have another case of what the police department did with the money for a garage in 2018 that became money for an armored vehicle? It's a matter of oversight. It's one thing for the bond council to approve it, but did council get a chance to approve that change?
I believe Deputy Mayor is still there, Don Griffin. If
I'm
he would
here.
like to answer that
I'm here.
on behalf of the administration.
We have gone through this several times. There was no malfeasance. If you want to ask a question in regards to something else, that's great. But by now it's almost, it's too much.
Mr. Chair, if I may have some more time to explore this question, I think it's important. I also believe my question is being misrepresented.
Your time is up for the moment, Councilmember Boland. First, I'd like to go to see if there are other questions from council members at this time. No. Would it be appropriate to follow up in writing, Councilmember Rowland? I think the questions with,
I take issue with the use of the word malfeasance. My question was targeted to why was the scope of the project changed? And, why was that not brought before the council in the same way that the armored truck wasn't brought before the council? We actually took action in ordinance to make sure that such a change in scope of such a significant amount wouldn't happen again. I didn't use the word malfeasance, although I agree with the sentiment of Mr. Alexander. I didn't use that word, and I'm not trying to accuse anyone of malfeasance here. I'm saying the council approved a project that would do one thing, and something else happened. And that project wasn't particularly focused on connectivity; it was focused on parks.
And
I
if
don't know.
could
I mean, that's my concern.
At this point in time, I think it would be nice if Councilmember Volan, if you do have a question, it sounds like a very complicated question, please put it in writing and we can send you our response.
And I'd like to clarify that I was not accusing Councilmember Volan. My comments were reference to the public comments that were made.
Okay.
I apologize if you felt that was intended towards you. It was not.
And I am not trying to, I'm trying to ask a complicated policy question here, and I urge my colleagues on both the council and the administration to take a step down here. It's a reasonable policy question about transportation and its role in the Parks Department. So I will ask that question in writing. Thank you.
I'll thank you, Councilmember Rowland. I actually will pick up the question and follow up in a, I think, narrow and targeted way. I do think the relevant policy questions. One was with respect to transportation and engineering oversight. I think Mr. Alexander has spoken in public comment before with respect to the reroute around Johnson Creamery closure. Could you speak, Director McDevitt, at all to the decisions or sort of chain of command, so to speak, with respect to how transportation and traffic control decisions are made with Parks Department facilities, perhaps on property that the Board of Parks Commissioners owns, may not be public right of way or may be, but in any case, not a traditional street perhaps, but a transportation facility nonetheless. How is that decision process pursued between your department, engineering, and within the city context generally?
Sure. The examples I have are both on the Beeline Trail during the construction of Switchyard Park. It was a goal to keep that area open as often as we could, but from time to time during construction, we had to close a section of the trail. There was representatives from Planning and Transportation and Engineering at those meetings to work with the construction company and with staff. We talked about how long that would be, where the rerouted section would be, how we would communicate that to trail users. We had signage that we put out and gave several days warning to our trail users that a trail use was about to occur, and we tried to minimize that as much as we could. The other example I have is the one that we currently have in place out in the parking lot. And again, that was a collaboration. We were sort of secondary to the smokestack issue, but obviously the fall zone was going to affect that section of the Beeline Trail. We consulted with our risk department, with several department heads who were involved in that issue. And then we worked as quickly as we could to reroute, come up with the detour and sign it. And after some public comment, our original closure were not those orange barricades, but after getting some feedback, we made that improvement. And again, that was in consultation with our risk department, engineering and planning and transportation.
Okay, and do you know if, thank you, and do you know if the traffic maintenance plans that you've described, if those are compliant with the manual for uniform traffic control devices, or if that's a lens that the engineering department brought to bear on the design? The MTCD for for sure.
Yeah, that's the lens. As I said, we consult with them on projects, and that's exactly what that's about. What does a project look like? And what do we need to be mindful of? And what are the decisions that we need to make related to that and our project?
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are more questions necessarily, unless anyone has one that came to mind. I think we're concluding with council member questions or council member comments prior to considering a due pass recommendation. Do I see any comments? Councilmember Smith?
I just wanted to comment that I use the parks a lot. And the security's done wonders. So I appreciate that for all your efforts and your department's efforts and your efforts. I really appreciate you working on the basketball court in response to constituents' concerns. That's really wonderful. And lastly, the Griffey improvements, it's fabulously wonderful out there. And the Parks Department and you and your staff should be commended for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Bolin?
Yeah, I seem to have hit a nerve here. Like, this isn't about the quality of the Parks Department, which I revere as much as the next council member. I reveled in the 2 gold medals. I'm very proud of the achievements of the department. But there's a reason why we have a department now called Planning and Transportation. There's a reason now why engineering is no longer a division of public works. There's a reason why we now have a parking services division in public works. These are all matters that have to do with transportation. It's the reason now why I'm asking about the chain of command when it comes to projects that are at once recreational and transportational. The Beeline Trail is a good example of it. It's not just a lovely place. It's a vital street. It is a street. It is, for all practical purposes, a route that people use as a pragmatic matter, of course, to transport themselves from one place to another. It happens to also be nice. It is run by the Parks Department. But the question is, when it comes to matters of transportation, what are Parks priorities versus planning's priorities, or versus our transportation plan priorities? Okay, I mean, Parks has its own plan and its own mission, and those are important. But we also have a transportation plan that's part of the UDO. And this question hasn't been sufficiently resolved. I think the heat over the financial matter has obscured this part, and that's what I'm trying to highlight here. Okay, trails are transportation, and if we're making decisions about them that are purely aesthetic, or if they go against matters that are called for in our transportation plan, then I think it's right to question them. Okay, who should have oversight over things that could be both beautiful and practical? That's the question I'm asking here. And that's a question I'll be asking in writing, but I would urge everyone to look at it from that lens. Okay, I mean, none of this takes away from the quality or the value of parks, but let us also not set aside the importance of transportation simply because we are proud of the Parks Department. These are vital questions, and they deserve more answers than we were able to get to tonight. Thank you.
Additional council member comments? Councilmember Rallo?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate all the work you and your staff do, and I also appreciate the projects that you have completed and the ones that you have proposed to do. I also am very impressed that we've continued to win awards for the facilities that we provide for the public. But I'm very much impressed that your department has a record of good ecological stewardship for the land that we oversee, and that's very important. I think it's pretty remarkable what we do, especially in the face of adversity and difficulty when it comes to things like invasives. So thank you for your presentation. I'll be passing this evening for the reasons I stated before about compensation concerns for staff, but good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other council member comments? Seeing none, I will follow up briefly. I do think the points that Mr. Alexander has been raising over time are important to think about and address. I know, Mr. Underwood feels there were some allegations that were unwarranted, and that's perfectly fine. I will say I dug pretty deeply into this last year with city staff with respect to bicentennial bonds and Cascades trails that have been outlined in that ordinance approving the bonds. This is related, the question of that west side Griffey Dam connection, and they're all related to ongoing expenditures with the general obligation bonds that we approved to sort of finish projects that we thought we were getting with the 2018 bonds. I think some of that had to do with things being more expensive than otherwise expected and whatnot. But I was satisfied at the end of that sort of in-depth dive with the administration that, just like Mr. Underwood said tonight, all expenditures have been made with the approval of bond counsel in line with, with legal requirements in that regard. Where I think we differed was more of this matter of fiscal oversight and policy and appropriate level of follow-up with the city council as the approving entity when things go off course. So even if, approved to pursue the bond that the expenditures that, the projects that Mr. Alexander was describing with respect to the Griffey Dam and Causeway projects, if we thought based on, the public meetings and the ordinance we approved that there would be a west side dam connection as a result of the bond that the council approved, whenever it became apparent that wasn't going to happen, the administration really needed to come back to the council and seek approval for doing something different or explain to us why those expectations were not going to be met. And this has happened actually multiple times with the bicentennial bonds and the parks related projects. And in both instances, they've sort of led to this difficult, public headache around the issue. And I think it's, again, not alleging any illegal behavior or anything like that. I think again, I was satisfied with respect to bond counsel's approval of the expenditures. But there's another question of what the council is reasonably expecting based on what's represented to it at the time of approval, and what we should be hearing when things depart from that course. So I think it's an area we still need improvement. I did want to speak to it meaningfully because I think it's a valid concern that Mr. Alexander is bringing up. So I appreciate folks bearing with us as we had that conversation. That's it for me on a comment. And with that, unless there are more, we are ready for a do pass recommendation on the Parks and Recreation Department budget. Would the deputy clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Sandberg,
Yes.
Rallo,
Pass.
Flaherty,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith, Rosenbarger, Volin,
Pass.
Sims,
Yes.
and Scambalori.
Yes.
I believe that vote is 4-1-2. Unless I miscounted, I think that's what I got. Thank you. And thank you again, Director McDevitt, for your presentation, for all the
you
work
very
you and your
much.
department does. And thanks for answering our questions. With that, our presentations for the evening are concluded. Just a reminder for folks, we'll be back here at 6 p.m. tomorrow night for the final night of budget hearings, hearing presentations from engineering or planning and transportation, engineering, and public works departments. And we have no more business, so we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.